I found them yet. No, no.
Ways. She prepared and attended to every single detail, met the challenge, and got not just a fair, but a really good result for that father. Later, Jen and I moved our family law practice to Grindal Robinson in Wellesley, Massachusetts. Over the following decade, we worked on cases, bar association work, family law continuing education seminars, and one extensive law review article on grandparent visitation. I learned in all of those things with Jennifer that she has an investigative disposition, analytic skills, an inquisitive nature, and native intelligence. Now she's known in both Massachusetts and the national family law bars as the expert's expert in family law matters. And despite all this expertise, she is always open-minded, even-tempered, diligent, fair, and humble. The probate and family court serves citizens whose lives are changing, usually in a profound way, and usually involving loss. Jen understands and identifies with loss and change. When others might have succumbed for grief and she had a tragedy in her family, her young son, Owen, then a senior in high school, was killed in an automobile accident. She channeled her sadness to community service in her son's name. Jen established a foundation supporting her son Owen's passion for the Project 351 Youth Leadership Program. Project 351 trains middle school students to become ambassadors of kindness, compassion, and social justice. 3 qualities that Jen treasures and imparted to her son, and now works hard to train other youth in Massachusetts to inherit Owen's legacy. Jen's commitment to the project allows her to have meaningful action where others might have just stopped. I have always known her to be respectful, caring, and empathetic. But these experiences enrich those qualities, and she will bring them to the court with her. Decades into legal practice, even though Jen is now an accomplished legal teacher, she remains a student of the law. She is always looking for answers to thorny problems. She frequently calls me about ways to improve the law generally or ways to manage today's difficult situation. A position as Justice of the Probate and Family Court will utilize her legal expertise, her warm personal traits, and most of all, her commitment to public service and the Commonwealth's youth. The court would be fortunate to have her.
Thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions for this witness? Thank you.
Hi.
Tell me now, how often do you see this nominee?
Currently, I probably see Jen once a month. In the past, for years and years, every single day, including weekends, unfortunately, in law practice.
What impresses you the most about this nominee to be a judge?
I think her commitment, first of all, she's extraordinarily committed to the law. She loves the law in a way that, and family law in particular, in a way that not all practitioners do, but I do. And so we appreciate that. And I think that's why we collaborate so much. But also second of all, her commitment to young people. I mean, just
Your testimony means a lot to us. Thank you so much.
very much.
Thank you. No more questions. Thank you for your testimony. Before I call the next witness, I'll just take a moment to introduce my fellow counselors to the room. We have Counselor Ianella.
Very well. How are you?
Yes, I was in Boston. I don't see him. Oh, I was actually blocking there.
I don't have any hair anymore, so you can.
He's very proud to tell you that he took the tea here this morning. Oh.
It's about 6 a.m.
All right, next we've got Counselor Duff,
How do you do?
Counselor Kennedy, Counselor DiPaolo, Counselor Devaney, and we'll be joined shortly by Counselor Ferrara. I will call next your witness, Krishna Bhutani. I hope I said that right. Good. Welcome.
Counselors, my name is Attorney Krishna Bhutani. I'm currently an Assistant Judicial Case Manager at the Middlesex Probate and Family Court, sitting in Lowell. I am honored to be here to support the nomination of my friend, Jennifer Bingham, to serve as an Associate Justice on the Probate and Family Court. Graduating from law school, I served as a law clerk in the Probate and Family Court from 1998 to 1999 with Jennifer. As law clerks, we were charged with supporting the judges, researching the law, and writing memos, preparing findings, and many other aspects of support for the judges. Jennifer was always willing to dive in and tackle any assignment. She was motivated, reliable, and a wonderful peer in our robust law clerk program. As a first-year law clerk, anytime I struggled with an issue, be it researching the law, writing a memoranda, or structuring findings, Jennifer was always willing to assist me or any other first-year law clerk in working out the issue. After completing our clerkships, Jennifer and I both began practicing family law. Since 2000, I have worked as an assistant judicial case manager in the Middlesex Probate and Family Court. In that capacity, I've had the pleasure of interacting with Jennifer on a regular basis in the courtroom and in the registry of probate. As a practicing attorney, Jennifer has had a regular presence in Middlesex County. Whether she appears in court for a motion, a pretrial conference, or a trial, Jennifer is always well prepared and knowledgeable. She is respectful to the court, courteous to opposing litigants and opposing counsel and litigants. She understands that difficult cases are not just about the legal issues, but also about the people, families, and children involved. This is where her empathy and kindness shine. I have consistently observed that Jennifer is able to keep calm in a storm and maintain her sense of humor, no matter the circumstances. I have been in a unique position to observe Jennifer interact with court staff. She is kind and respectful to all, and in turn, she is respected and truly liked by lawyers and judges. What is more, she does her part to help the court, volunteering for blitz days where the court puts 40 to 50 cases on the list to help pro se litigants with agreements, serving as volunteer lawyer for the day, and willingly accepting court appointments on challenging cases. I can tell you from many years of experience in my position, this is the exception rather than the norm. In addition to our professional relationship, we are also friends. This friendship began when we were law clerks in 1998 and continues to today. Our group of friends includes many former law clerks who have also gone on to have roles in the probate and family court. I am confident that if Jennifer is confirmed to serve as a judge in the probate and family court, she will approach her position in the same manner in which she has conducted herself as a lawyer for her entire career. Hardworking, compassionate, practical, and humble. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for this witness? Councilor Bhutani.
Oh, nice to see you. You saw your husband the other day. And I just wanted to ask for the people to know, tell me, what is the working relationship as a caseworker with the nominee?
So when I sit with the judges and check and review the pleadings and cases as they come into the courthouse and to the courtroom, to make sure everything is procedurally correct before the judge and before the pleadings get up to the judge. So when she comes in, pleadings, and I check her, she gets heard and called by the judge.
So you really know her, you know her demeanor?
Yes.
Give me one adjective to tell me about her demeanor.
Always prepared.
Right. Well, your testimony means a lot because you've worked with her how many years?
Since 1998, a long time.
Wow, that's wonderful. And that means a lot to us because I've said this before. We have had someone sitting in that chair and I said, oh, how many times have you observed this nominee in court? Once. Not enough. And so you know her personally and you know her professionally, and that means a lot to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
For your testimony. Before we move on, is there anyone else here who wanted to say something in support? Okay, seeing none, is there anyone here who came to say something in opposition? Also seeing none, I turn the floor to you for your personal statement.
Thank you. So in advance, I have to apologize because I do not have bifocals yet, and I have to use two different kinds of glasses. So I will be using these, and then I will be.
You need another pair?
I get those because that would maybe help me. I could then actually see everything. So now,
How about some hearing aids? You need those?
We got you covered in this room.
Elderly today. Glasses.
these are going in a different direction. Morning. Good morning, Ms. Chairman and distinguished members of the Governor's Council. I am honored to be appearing before you as a nominee to serve as an Associate Justice in the Probate and Family Court in this great Commonwealth. I am deeply appreciative of the time and attention that you have all given to my nomination. In particular, I want to thank Counselor Jacobs for hosting this hearing and guiding me through this process and answering my myriad of questions over the period of time. Thank you. I want to express my sincere thanks to Governor Hilary for nominating me and the Lieutenant Governor for supporting my application. I also want to thank the Judicial Nominating Commission and the Governor's Office, including Valerie McCarthy, for all they do to keep the wheels moving forward. They all do this to ensure that fair, impartial, and qualified judges serve the Commonwealth. The judicial process that we have in Massachusetts, in my humble view, is the most sound in terms of how we vet, select, and appoint judges. Your dedication, many of you who I know have served for many, many years, and for some of you, this is your last hearing, this is foundational to shepherding lawyers to this calling. So thank you. I do want to thank my witnesses, Fern and Krishna. I know, Krishna, you were nervous. Thank you. Finally, I also want to thank my colleagues, both in the family law bar and on the bench, who have been steadfast in their support and encouragement of me to take this step. You have all reviewed my application and my resume, and I would like to take just a little bit of time this morning to share a bit more about my background, who I am as a person, and also what has led me to seek this position, in the hopes that it gives you all confidence and trust in my ability to serve if I am lucky enough to be confirmed. My roots are in New Jersey. Hold that against me. And that is where my family all continues to reside. Both my parents were born and raised in Bayonne, which is a working class community outside of Jersey City, Staten Island, if you're familiar with the area. My mother's grandparents immigrated from Ireland. She's one of 9, and she was raised in a multi-generational home with her grandparents and parents. There was one bathroom, and I was told that a lot through my childhood. My father's parents immigrated from Italy, so we had good food. My parents met as teenagers at the local pool, and they just celebrated their 59th wedding anniversary. I have an older brother, Peter, also lives in New Jersey, and after I was born, my parents quickly moved us to a suburb in New Jersey, where I lived most of my life. Throughout my childhood, I had a bird's eye view into a truly shared partnership of 2 working parents who managed children, a busy household, and a robust community involvement. It was a good example. I had the benefit of a large extended family, lots of aunts and uncles and cousins. Our family culture really emphasized education, and for some reason we have a disproportionate amount of lawyers, which does account for a lot of interesting conversations. I'm anticipating that at the holidays. My parents worked in public education until their careers. My dad was a high school principal, and my mom was an English teacher and then a guidance counselor. They instilled in me the values of hard work, integrity, and service. Perhaps most importantly, they instilled faith as a central part of my childhood. And that has held me steady as life eventually presented challenges that would have otherwise been insurmountable. I wish both my parents could be here today. Like many, we are now managing the fragilities as they navigate Parkinson's and the beginnings of dementia. I know they are watching with technical assistance because they don't know what YouTube is, and they are with me, supporting me. I have 2 children. Drew, who is in the middle of finals this week and felt it was better for him to be focusing on that. And Owen, as Fern mentioned, who we lost 2 years ago in an accident. For 18 years, I was privileged to have the most stunning treasure, to be Owen's mom. And I know that his beautiful light is with me today. I am immensely proud of Drew and our resilience as we have walked this journey, transforming grief into hope and change. After attending high school, I traveled to New England and I attended college and I developed an early interest in government policy and service. I worked in Capitol Hill for 2 years when I was in college. And after graduation, I worked for a volunteer program in California on a Head Start grant, where I worked with migrant families, mothers, working on job training, childcare, and also education. This reinforced my desire and commitment to work in some capacity to improve the lives of children and families, and law school seemed a really good way to start. So I graduated from New England School of Law in 1997, and I began my career in earnest, clerking in the probate and family court, with the mindset that that would be a great way to hone my legal skills and pursue a career in government. I had no idea that that decision would lead me on the path for the next 25 years that would lead me here this morning. I worked for 2 years in almost every county in Massachusetts, and I learned the lessons of preparation, civility, professionalism, taught to me by many, many talented lawyers who came before the court, and judges for whom I worked. Perhaps most importantly, I became keenly aware of the impact that good and fair judging could have on people's lives. I quickly pivoted to private practice, where I spent the last 20+ years focusing exclusively in the area of family law, representing clients from all walks of life. It has been an incredibly satisfying and successful experience. It allowed me to support my 2 children as the sole provider, while also helping clients as they navigate the painful experience of the breakup of their family. I was lucky to be surrounded by colleagues and mentors early on who instilled in me the curiosity of law and the importance of being involved in the legal community. I have tried to do this, having spent a great deal of time lecturing, writing, and volunteering. I was lucky to be surrounded by colleagues who also supported my need for work-life balance. As a single parent raising 2 children, it was critical for me to afford them the time they so deserved and needed. I am truly blessed to have spent the last 25 years as part of a very tight-knit family law community in Massachusetts. It is the culmination of those 25 years that brings me before you today. As much as I have enjoyed the many facets of litigation and running a traditional practice, it has been the resolution of disputes that has really brought me the most satisfaction, and which I believe I have brought the best of my professional skill set. In 2022, I made the decision to focus my work primarily on alternative dispute resolution. And over the past couple of years, I've honed my skills in listening, conflict resolution, understanding different perspectives, creative problem solving, and if needed, making decisions through binding arbitration. It has been a shift from an advocate hat, and it is perhaps these skills that will actually serve me the most if I'm fortunate enough to serve and be appointed a judge. I have truly thought long and hard about this decision. I have prayed about it. I care deeply about this court, its quality, the development of the law, and most importantly, the litigants that come before the court that are seeking fairness and justice. I commit to you that if confirmed, I will listen carefully to those coming before me to bring diligence, empathy, and compassion to the position each day. I want to thank you for your time and attention. I'm wishing you all a wonderful, happy holiday, and I am ready to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, we're gonna begin with Counselor Devani.
Oh, I thought it was
Questions?
okay.
This is District 2.
Anyway,
Excuse me a second. Counselor Ferrara is in a major traffic, has a traffic issue. He should be here momentarily.
Okay, he's gonna end up going last because this is technically District 2.
Yeah, no,
Madam Chair, so I'm going this
She
way.
mentioned, yeah. Wanted to clarify.
Thank you for that. Counselor Devani.
nice to see you again.
It's nice to see you, Counselor.
You afforded me. I really appreciate that. I have to tell you, I have, in my tenure, have never seen as many letters in support of a nominee as what I received from you. I wish I could read them all. They're unbelievable. And I'm not surprised. And I have never said this in the past about any nominee, but just trying to schedule to meet you. You were bubbly. I've never used that word for anyone sitting there, but you were bubbly on the phone, so excited about this position and to meet with me. And I can't thank you enough. It was, I don't know how many hours we spent, but I really am pleased that you came forward to, to take that very hard decision to put in your application and everything. But you have so many people that are, that are supporting you. And if I could, Madam Chair, could you have her introduce all the people that she came here with? Because it's really amazing.
Yes, please. I forgot to.
Sure.
That opportunity. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Welcome you all, by the way.
I didn't want to ask too many people, but I do have some important people here with
So
me.
just go around the room.
Oh, okay, so my law school and dear friend, Tina Starrett, works in the Quincy District Court, my mentor and longtime law partner, Fern Ferlin, who you heard from. My wonderful friend who keeps me laughing all the time, Alan Posner, and colleague, Krishna Bhutani, who testified, my dear friend and former law partner, Jennifer Klatt. Of course, I have my dear friend Jonathan Fields, who is a colleague in Wellesley, Judge James Meno, who is my informal spiritual advisor. Thank you for being here today. And of course, Chief Justice Casey, I'm endlessly grateful for your support and your encouragement for me to take this step.
Well, with all the letters, we would have filled this room, that room, and every other thing. And there's so much to say about you. And what I like about you is the life experience. That's what I look for. And you're 53, you certainly don't look like you are, but that means a lot because you bring that life experience to the court. And what I find in my 25 years is when we have some young people, a young person come up, they really don't have, number one, the experience. The other thing is they really haven't done much pro bono or any pro bono. And I think that's where you come in with your compassion and caring for those people who can't afford a lawyer. You've been there for them. And your life experience means a lot too.
Thank you.
And I share a tragedy that we've lost children, so I know what you've gone through. I just wanted to say that out of all your work experience, what position do you think has helped bring you more experience and qualifications to be on the probate and family court?
So I think there's two pieces. I think certainly my litigation experience and being in the courtroom and understanding what that dynamic is. Trying a case is challenging. And I understand what that is to do. So I think certainly that will also help me when I'm a judge. But I really also think the neutral work in terms of the arbitration and the mediation and sort of taking off that advocate hat, which is what we're so trained in law school and through our practice to think in that manner. And having shifted my practice a little bit away from that in the last couple of years, I think has allowed me to develop a skill set that that wasn't as present in the first 20 plus years of my career.
So the probate and family court to me, I think right now is the most important court because of our society. I don't even think that I don't think that we can say what a family is anymore. So what do I know? But I'm just thinking cases that come up at the probate court, there's no case history for that. This is all new, because of how our society has changed and you have to keep up with that change. So tell me, what is the most rewarding case that you've had in your career?
So when families come in and they are starting the process of the breakup of their family, that can be a very challenging time for them. And what has been so rewarding about the last 20+ years of practice for me is knowing when a family is coming in and in a year or 2 years, they will be in a very different place than when they started. And that continuum of where they've started and where the better place where I know they will be in a year or 2 years, and helping guide them through that process and help them navigate not only the legal issues, but also the emotional toil and the emotional uncertainty that comes with that. It's a very unique seat to be sitting in, to bear witness and to help these individuals as they're going through really probably one of the worst times in their life. And that's been an honor. And that certainly has been, as part of this process and this kind of work, which might be different than civil, it might be different than criminal, that has really been the most rewarding for me.
Well, in your legal experience, looking back till now, to up to now, what do you see the major change in that comes before you, the cases? What is changing? Is it drugs changing the society? Is it abuse in the home and children, sexual abuse? What has changed? What type of cases are increasing in your experience?
So over the last 20+ years, thank you for that question. And I think it's a question that's certainly reflective of the changes that we're seeing culturally and societally, that many industries are, not just the court system, but businesses and are working through, and families are working through, and family structures are working through. Certainly over the last 20 years, we have seen seismic changes culturally, from a technological perspective, and the demands that has placed on the court in terms of keeping up with the science, keeping up with technology, and also understanding that family structures change, how a family exists changes. My family now includes myself and my son. And that's a different structure than other families, and families look all, very different. And so if as a judge, the law doesn't always keep up with science, and it doesn't always keep up with technology. And that is one of the struggles. I teach at Babson College, and one of the things that the students ask me frequently is, well, why isn't there not a law about this? Well, what? And I said, because the law takes time to catch up to these things. But our role as judges is to take the law that we have, and that is what I would try to do, and interpret as best I can in order to apply it to every situation that we have. And that's interpreting the law. That's understanding the law, interpreting the law. And when the legislature gives us new laws, and as case law is developing, looking at that in order to mold it and craft it in order to meet the best interest of children and families as best that I can.
So you've been practicing over 24 years, correct?
Since 1997.
Yeah. So what do you see is a need and a change in the probate and family court?
So certainly the probate and family, agree with you, Counselor, is, in my view, one of the most important courts in Massachusetts, insofar as we are working with children and families in complex situations, often with issues that are that may involve mental health, substance abuse, domestic violence, and certainly those issues require judges. I know that we have more judges that are coming onto the bench, and hopefully that will continue. And I think that will certainly help the volume that our judges are managing and triaging. And so I think judges, and good judges that are caring and empathetic and kind, are important. And I also think training opportunities, and I know the chief is really at the forefront of ensuring that our judges are having time allotted in order to be able to educate themselves, reach out to colleagues, have trainings that allow us to be able to take information and to be able to apply it to the cases that we have.
Okay,
And-
and talking about gathering information, what is your criteria for a divorced spouse to be allowed to move with the children? Removal.
A removal case, is that, okay. So we do have we have a real advantage standard in Massachusetts, that is, sort of a baseline criteria for removal, in combination with the best interest of the children. And so I would look at the case law and the statute and the facts and circumstances of every case that's coming before me, in order to understand whether that high standard has been met, in order to determine whether a removal met the legal standard.
Well, I have to tell you, I'm very concerned about removal. 25 years ago, when I started, I had someone before me going to the probate court, and I was borderline. And I said, I'll give her a chance. If I had to do it again, I'd say no, because you know what? If you have a shadow of a doubt, vote no. And that's what I have done for 25 years. I couldn't believe after she was on about 6 months, picked up the Boston Globe, and there was a story about her. And there was a woman, and she was divorced. She had 3 little children. And the ex-husband was devoted to the children. He had a good relationship with the ex-wife and lived very close to where they lived, and would pick them up, bring them to the park, did a lot of things with them. And even the night before Christmas, he'd stay overnight to be there with them. So anyway, she went before this judge and asked to move to Oregon with the children. She had no one there that she knew. She had no job waiting. She had no family member. She had not a friend, nobody. So to me, it was just vindictiveness. And I almost cried when I read, and I hate that word visitation. I think they threw that out. But she gave the father visitation 6 to 7 p.m. on the computer. You can't hug a computer. So he virtually is divorced from his children. They will never know their father. This isn't a joint situation that he can see them once a week or whatever, and that's it. And so I knew you're going to answer that, because I know in talking to you that we went over that. And that's very important, because that's when that judge has to have a heart and compassion for the children especially. So that was very important to me. So what is the most, I know you've had so many cases, what is the most rewarding outcome that you've had in a case?
So I'm gonna answer that this way. I actually had a case where I was not counsel for either party. I was not counsel for the children, which I've served that role as well. But I was a parent coordinator for a very long time for a family, almost from the time that kids were in middle school all the way through high school. And so I stayed involved with that family for a very long period of time. And the work that I did with that family in, number one, helping the parents to co-parent, helping them to understand the importance of parenting, helping them understand the impact of conflict on their children, and how that impacts their children, and then helping obviously to make decisions for that family in the absence of agreement. That was a very rewarding, it was long, and it was a very rewarding case, different than when I've been representing a client. So a little bit of a different hat, but a very rewarding, and I still I hear about those children now. I know they're doing well. And I hope I made a difference and imbued some balance for the family.
Well, I'm not sharing this, and I'm gonna ask the chair. I hope that you will go through some of these letters because they are really.
Your time is actually,
Because they have.
time's up, actually.
It's, and really, and they all encourage you, judges encourage you to go forward. They,
Mr. Devaney.
so I'm sorry.
Right. Yes, I will talk about the letters, but your time is up. Your time is up.
Are you timing me?
Yes, your time is up.
This is one thing that I am so opposed to. The council voted to time us. And I like the public to know everything about you. If you're qualified, tell us everything about you. But I asked too many questions. So they voted, and it's 15 minutes, so.
I'm gonna pass it along to Counselor Ionella.
To know more about you, and I'm sure the councils will ask.
Thank you,
But
Counselor Devaney.
Meeting you, and my time is up, so. Thank
So
you
great.
so much.
Great
And
for your
good luck.
questions,
I'm
and
so
I'm
glad you
grateful for your
applied, and I
time.
thank the governor for applying, for appointing you. So
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, Counselor.
Counselor, I think you're gonna like this.
Patty?
I think you're gonna like this. Well, this is your last hearing. I want to remind you that at the end, you do have an additional 5 minutes to ask questions. So
Oh, really?
yeah, that's the rule. So.
Thank you.
So-
Little late, counselor.
My time starts right now.
Thank you for telling me that, a little late to know.
Good morning, how are you?
I am very well. How are you, Counselor?
Let me ask this. There's 4 lawyers here, majority of the councilors are lawyers. They all work for themselves. Is a law firm considered an asset in determining the division of whatever, division of assets when someone gets divorced?
It can be. There is case law nationally, and there is some case law in Massachusetts.
And someone owns, we all work for ourselves, so it can be. Well, when would it not be an asset?
It certainly is income. You're generating income.
I
So
understand the income. Now we're gonna get you to have 100,000 in the bank, just say, well, 50-50 a lot of time. Does the value of the law firm, is that considered an asset?
it certainly,
What circumstances would it not be?
it certainly could be a sellable asset if you have a client base and that client base can be sold to another attorney.
Okay, everyone here, maybe making not have much time. Each one works for themselves. We all have client bases. We don't work for a law firm. I'm talking sole practitioners. Is it considered an asset?
I have not seen any cases at the appellate level that is focusing on a sole practice as an asset. But certainly asset division is broad in Massachusetts.
So would you consider as an asset? In other words, we'll make a hypothetical. This does not apply to me and there's no circumstances it would apply. Okay? Let's assume I have a law firm, which I do. And I'm familiar somewhat with that. I think it's the Bernier case. I don't know if you're familiar with that. Okay? So my understanding, and I do no probate and family law, okay? But if I have a law firm, and first of all, how do you value it? I assume you have to have experts.
You would have to have experts to understand what the cash flow is moving forward, to understand whether there was a present value to the asset.
Well, isn't every law firm have a present value? Or was you basically, no, she says no. Okay, so if you have like, think of the people there, you have.
Better.
You have 200-300 clients.
So there's a concept called goodwill in Massachusetts in terms of valuation. And so I would imagine, Counselor Ionella, that when people are coming to your law firm, they specifically are looking to hire you based on your specific skill set and based on what you bring to it. Those clients are not always transferable, unlike a dental practice or another kinds of business that is sellable. Certainly there are kinds of law firms where in larger firms, they're equity partners, and there are what we call kickers that will allow a benefit at the time that is transferable. So when we're talking, if your hypothetical is a solo practice, that would more often than not be considered a stream of income as opposed to an asset that would have fair value under asset division. But certainly we have broad discretion to look at each case on a case-by-case basis. And I would need to understand a little bit more about your practice and how it functions and what assets there are in the business.
That other judges agree with I do this laws. I 100% agree with you. It's a stream of income, because my understanding is, well, this is my feeling is, if you consider an asset, and then are you also considering it part of your income, and then in determining alimony, you take that into consideration. Seems to me double dipping.
So it certainly would be, and we have many cases that talk about the concept of double dipping when we're dealing with certain kinds of assets that have characteristics of assets and have also characteristics of income. When we're talking about a business in that regard, double dipping is when we're dealing with alimony versus child support, could be two different concepts.
Again, in talking to other judges, they don't particularly care for this Bernier decision, which I'm not that familiar with, believe me. And they do consider it. A lot of people pay alimony, and your business is, whatever your business is, they'll determine alimony on your business. And then at the end of the day, they consider that business an asset, and you're gonna give half the asset to the other spouse. That doesn't make any sense to me, but a lot of judges say, hey, that's the way it is.
I understand that, and I can certainly understand how that can be,
I like the answer. Well, I like the answer.
okay, I'll leave it at that then.
Okay, and we talked about this yesterday, we're right on the parenting plan situation. I like that, I won't get into it. But now we have a parenting plan, and one of the spouses sees the kids, you know, every Tuesday and Wednesday. But you know, I mean, you're sick this week, you didn't see him. Next week, you believe it? They're sick 2 weeks in a row, and then they see 3 weeks in a row. And then you're saying to yourself, my spouse A is doing this, you know, doesn't want me to see the kids. Now, the one of the parties, obviously the party that's is not getting a fair shake here, gets his or her lawyer and files a motion or whatever of contempt. What are you gonna do in that situation like that? In other words, someone's not holding up their end of the bargain. They're not following the visitation plan. I mean, you get the sense that they don't want the kids to see them mother or father.
So I would enforce the orders. If there are orders, I would enforce the orders that the parties have agreed to, or that were part of the order or the judgment. Certainly there are circumstances where children get sick, and we can try to make up time or sort of, you know, allow the parent.
Force and all, I guess is my point. Someone's obstinate, yeah, okay, I'll do it, judge. Go outside next to, and it's costly. The other party's gotta hire a lawyer, they gotta hire Boston, I know he's retired. He's gonna charge a fortune. So what are you gonna do? It sounds good, I'm gonna enforce it, but what? You're gonna put him in jail, you're gonna give him a big fine, what are you gonna do?
So those, if there's resistance and refusal patterns in a case, that can be challenging. Based on the hypothetical you presented, there's a pattern there. I'm understanding from this hypothetical that there's a pattern, that there's repeated resistance to delivering the kids or ensuring that they're not there because there's excuses. And so if there is that pattern, I would maybe appoint a GAL, understand what the circumstances were for the family. Ultimately,
Anytime that parent's not seeing the kids, you gotta appoint the GAL, that doesn't happen overnight. He or she's gotta meet the kids, gotta meet here. We could talk several months, and I don't know about you, but I wouldn't like it if I didn't see my kids. I don't like that answer.
I agree. I would.
Why wouldn't you put them in jail?
I would.
It's a heavy fine.
I would enforce the orders, and certainly if there's a contempt before me, I can order counsel fees.
Would you?
I would.
Because it seems, I mean, I've heard stories like this. Doesn't seem fair to me. What's your personal, not put the law aside, what's your personal view, Counselor Devaney, mentioned kids being removed from the Commonwealth. What do you think of that? Of course, everyone's gonna say best interest of the kids, we all know that. But what do you think?
So,
It's good, you got the law side. What do you think?
so I certainly think the bonds between children and parents are critical. As a judge, I would look at the law and the facts. Circumstances of each case.
You didn't work out well.
I think removals are very difficult cases. Because you are disrupting the relationship between children and parents, and the removing parent and the other parent who is staying in Massachusetts, assuming we're talking about Massachusetts, is losing really important, meaningful bonding experience with that child. And that's a loss for the child, and it's a loss for the parent. So I would look at those cases under a lot of scrutiny.
But put that aside, you're not a judge, you missed my question, I'm sorry. You're not a judge. Put the judge, you're not a judge. I'll tell you, I'm not in favor of the removal statute, but I follow the law. What do you think? Oh, I think it's a great idea. Forget the law. It's just a human being. A mother. What do you think?
I think ideally, if we could all stay in the Commonwealth, that would be wonderful.
Because let's be fair, I can't think of the best interest of the children of the child. What's some example, someone moved to Oregon, you know, as moving from Massachusetts, what would be an example of best interest of the child?
Well, it's a real advantage standard for the parent. So again, that would be a very high standard that they would have. Either they had a spouse who could not relocate here, and that was a significant.
So you're saying the parent that's leaving has a spouse in Oregon?
That the case law tells us that could be one of the factors, that could be a real advantage. But again, that is the balance of looking at the, you know, so in that situation, the best interest of the child would outweigh whether the parent should be with the other spouse and whether that parent the other spouse would have to move to Massachusetts. Or if it's a sole support of the family and that person has to move to New York for a job, you know, that might be a circumstance where the facts are compelling and we'd have to weigh and look at that situation.
Do you think that's an important fact, that the spouse wants to marry someone in Oregon, or the other spouse lives in Oregon?
I think my personal view is that the focus should be on the best interest of the child. But as a judge, I have to look at the case law and the statute that mandates what I need to look at.
Totally get that. That wasn't my question. Do you think it's in the best interest of the child if he moves with a mother or father because the spouse is in Oregon?
I think it would not be in the best interest of the child to disrupt either parent's relationship with the child.
The size of the home be in the best interest of the child.
The size of the home.
Well, they're gonna move to Oregon, they got 2 acres of land, they got a huge house.
I don't think that that's relevant.
So what are other examples? You got the spouse's job, what other example would be in the best interest of the child? Move, say, my I go to Oregon.
I think if you have two involved parents who are fit and are here in Massachusetts, keeping the child here with both parents is what's in the best interest of the child.
Because
Very high standard, yeah. Hard.
my last question. How do you get involved with ADR, alternative, how do you get into that? Like, what do you get appointed? You mentioned that, and then mediation, who appoints you? How does that work?
That's a good question. Thank you. So I do get appointed as a master, oftentimes by the court, but I'm also privately hired by attorneys.
Both sides have to agree to have you.
Both sides have to agree to have me as an arbitrator. Both clients have to agree to utilize me as a mediator, or as both lawyers have to agree to use me as a conciliator.
And who pays you, both lawyers?
The clients pay.
Yeah. Okay, we had a wonderful conversation.
You did,
Yes, I really mean it.
you did, I enjoyed it.
I didn't mean to give you a hard time.
Not at all.
These are questions I can get from people, and I said, you know, I'm gonna ask this thing.
Absolutely. I'm happy to answer any more questions.
Okay. do you mind if I go-
Yes.
You have another 5 minutes. You have an extra 5.
Go ahead.
At the end, you gotta.
Chief Justice case, nobody better than him. You got a superstar, he's amazing. I go on and on and on, but my time's up, he's the best.
Wonderful.
He's the best. 100% on your team, pause the here, imagine if I haven't seen him in years. Looks the same,
Still alive.
that's been what, 35 years?
Not gonna convince any.
Senator.
I think it's actually 40, but. No, best of luck. I'm sure you're gonna be a great addition to the program.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you, Counselor Duff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to say that Chairwoman Jacobs has been a wonderful advocate for you. She has followed up repeatedly with me as I have been traveling recently and has really been right on this. Just want to give her kudos for that. Got a great resume, great experience, very beloved in the community. I love that you did JBC. I don't know how I missed that the first time around. I didn't do that program. My sister did, my friends did, but I think very, very highly of it, and it is very life-forming.
It truly is. Thank you. It was a wonderful experience. And you live in a community and there's a faith component to it that's inspiring and service. And it really set me on a path of the direction,
Yeah,
you know.
it's a great thing. I have a doctorate in ministry, and when I was doing my studies, one of my favorite things was when we would sometimes live in community in intensive sessions. And that's just, I really relate to that in that spiritual realm. It's very meaningful to some of us. Anyway, I don't have a lot of questions for you because I think we've really covered pretty much everything big. But the one thing, and I did mention this to Chief Casey very briefly when we were speaking, and he is a great leader. You're very blessed to be going over there, and we're blessed to have you because that is very difficult work in that particular report. Very charged, very emotional, and because of that reason, people may not always behave rationally when they do not get the result that they want. They decide that you were unfair, or they decide that you were wrong, or they decide whatever they decide. And sometimes maybe even their mental health gets really challenged by this. And the reason I bring it up is I am concerned about the safety of our judges, in that you think about that and discuss with your son about that. And, you know, sometime you may make a decision and somebody doesn't like it. You might make a decision and find out it was the wrong decision. None of none of the judges are sitting on the bench looking, you know, in malice, right? You're all trying to do the right thing. But sometimes we don't know. Sometimes we think a decision we've made is going to be the right decision, and, you know, whatever, it's going to be the best thing. But you don't ever know how a person is going to act. And so I do ask you, particularly in this court, to think about that and have the conversation with your friends and your family and your community, spiritual work, whatever you call it, so you are prepared in case that ever happens, in case someone threatens you or your son, in case someone shows up at your home and protests or knocks on your door, or does some of the other crazy things that happen that we've talked about. And I hate that I have this conversation with people. We are blessed to have the best system, I believe, in the country, in this Commonwealth, best courts. And, you know, our people are fairly civil people, but emotions can run very high, as you know, in this court. You don't know what can make someone snap. So I do think it's a conversation, unfortunately, we have to have today, because we see across the country, judges being attacked, you know, sometimes even in the courtroom. And it's just, whether I agree with them or not, it's not okay. So, not to be a Debbie Downer, but please do think about that and have that conversation with your people and with your son. You know, there could be something that ends up in the paper and he gets ribbed for it at school or whatever, and you have to, this is the world we live in today. And you need to be ready for it, but I think you can be a terrific judge. I think you come with just such a great balance and, the intangible thing that we can't see on a resume, you know, that life experience. And to me, when the JBC, maybe that's why that popped up at me, because I know that program, I know what it does, I know who it attracts. And that is the type of person I want sitting on a bench. So thank you for your application.
Thank you, Counselor.
And I think I have a good feeling that you're gonna go through, I don't know, but best of luck. Thank you, Madam Chair, that's it.
Thank you. Kennedy.
You know, the most complaints I get about judges is from the probate court, and I think that a product of that is not so much about the judges, but just what people are going through in life. But sometimes it's about the judges, but mostly it's about what people are going through. The biggest complaint I get, and I've raised this, and Judge Casey talked about a little while ago when trials are broken up. Go in September, you've been going through all the pre-trial stuff for a year and a half. You get your trial date, September 9th, you show up there, the judge allotted 3 or 4 hours for it. The time's up, you're only halfway through, and says, I'll see you back in December. It drives people crazy. And I think it's almost impossible for most judges to remember everything. Now, I know they take notes, but judging isn't always about what you wrote down. It's what you see, it's people's demeanor, it's how they act, it's assessing credibility when they're in front of you, okay? As you know, okay? What are you gonna do about that? Are you gonna finish a trial when you started, or are you gonna be breaking them up to do other things? Because, you know, I do criminal work. You start a trial, you finish that trial. They don't break it up for 2 months to do something, unless it's the Karen Reed trial. They don't break it up forever and start at some other time, you know what I mean? It's just, and we can learn, I saw they just don't do that. Why did they do that in probate court, and what are you gonna do about that?
So thank you for that question, Counselor. I certainly have been on the other side of non-consecutive trials. I think one of the ones, several of them have spanned seasons, and so I share that frustration. I understand it. I don't have a lens yet in.
Share the frustration, doesn't answer the question. What are you gonna do about it when you're sitting there?
So I do know that there are initiatives that are happening in the court right now to try to streamline consecutive trial dates, because I agree with you that it's much more helpful for the lawyers and for the judge to hear trials in consecutive days. What I would do, although I'm not there yet, what I anticipate that I would do is really try to pre-try that case, understand how many days are needed, who are the witnesses, are there experts, making sure my pretrial orders and my trial orders are tight, and blocking that time on my schedule and holding lawyers to timeframes in order to finish that trial as
You can't always do that.
as best we can, as best we can. And absent compelling reasons or evidence or an expert that we need to schedule an additional day, I would do everything I could to try to finish that trial in the allotted time, and emphasizing to counsel, this is the time we've blocked. Otherwise it is going to spill into other things, and I understand that can be really frustrating.
Sat down in my office. We had a very long talk. You answered all my questions. I think you're terrific, like everybody else so far. I think you know how to count. I think you're on your way there. I'll be voting for you next, on the first.
Thank you, Counselor. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor DePaula.
Thank you, Counselor. Good morning.
Good morning, Counselor DePaula.
I'll say first, I'll echo what one of my colleagues said. Counselor Jacobs has been a big supporter of you and nudged me when you weren't hearing from me. Get that out there. A question that practitioners have recently been asking me about is incoming judges with experience in complex financial issues. And so I just note scattered through your application and the letters submitted on your behalf, you seem to have a good deal of experience with that, including, as Councilor Ianella is kind of getting at a little bit, and maybe more complex than his example, business valuations. That's an accurate understanding of your history.
That is, Counselor, and thank you for that question. So, I certainly have represented clients from all walks of life. I do have a fair bit of experience in financial kinds of cases that involve business valuations, sort of more complex financial matters, as well as, private investments, things that can be challenging sometimes on a case, and there's not always clear case law on it. And so I've certainly tried to educate myself as much as I can, but I've also had lots of different kinds of cases, custody cases, GAL work. So I feel like my resume is sort of broad in that.
I know many practitioners will be glad to hear that, who I speak with. Councilor Devaney was talking with you about how families have changed. And you've talked in your application and a little bit this morning about changes in the law and strength of the court being it evolves with the law and with cultural shifts. And that's a term you use a couple of times in talking about it in your application. What's an example of a cultural shift as opposed to a legal shift that you've seen the court as a practitioner? How has it been how has it presented a challenge or the bumps in the road?
So I think just in terms of cultural shift is more awareness. The court certainly having more awareness about, which perhaps was not as present 20 years ago or even 10 years ago, regarding mental health issues, substance abuse, trauma, existing struggles that families may have coming into the system. And so having a much greater awareness within the court system about how those issues, how that impacts families, and how that needs to impact how we are looking at families and working with families and thinking about how to support families and what clinical services and programs are available for them, and how it really impacts how the family structure is operating. And so 10 years ago, we didn't understand very much about trauma and sort of how those things are impacting individuals and how they're processing information and how they're behaving. And we also didn't understand as much about how trauma conflict can create trauma within a family. And so I do think that culturally, science is giving us a lot more information that we understand, and that we're being educated about, and that's being drawn into our court system and how we are trying to, as best we can, meet the needs of children and families with that information. And we didn't have that. We didn't have that years ago.
That's very thoughtful. And recently, policymakers, the legislature and elsewhere have been paying particular attention to vulnerable folks going through our courts, including survivors of domestic abuse. And when you talk about trauma, as you just were, name an example of what would be like a trauma-informed approach in the courtroom when there are folks who are survivors or perhaps of ongoing domestic abuse.
So I think certainly understanding and recognizing that trauma impacts how families, children are processing information, able to navigate the court system, how they may be presenting, and one, understanding that, recognizing that, making sure that I'm educated about it, and then doing as much as I can to fashion orders and to provide services for that family that would be one, recognizing that, but also rehabilitative for them and being able to help support them, whether it's if it's a disability or if it's a trauma-informed response, recognizing how that is impacting sort of the management of the case and how the family is functioning, I think is critical for me as a judge.
And besides those outside of court supports, like you said, the experience in the courtroom. And you have a great temperament, and again, the folks who've advocated for you and the letters that we received as well indicate that. I'm very confident you're going to be a great probate judge, and I'm glad that the governor continues to send us great probate nominees. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor DePaula. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Hello, nice to see you again. We'll talk to you.
Nice to see you.
Wanted to pick up on what Council Ionel left off. So the worst thing in my life was when I had a probate judge telling me that shared physical custody doesn't work. And I'm glad it's changed over the last couple decades. I hope that you, it looks like from everything I read here that you agree with that standard, that shared physical custody should be the norm.
I think certainly with two involved parents, that should be the starting point.
From my experience, I have three wonderful grown daughters that are now 25, 30, and 33, and it was the best thing ever. I saw my kids probably 5 or 6 days a week. I bought a house 2 houses away from them. And it was wonderful. So I hope, as far as like removals, I hope there are situations where both parents really love their children and want to see their parents, and you allow one of them to move out of state. I hope you never do that, because there's nothing anyone can do in this world worse to me than take my kids away from me. And that would just not be right in any stretch of my imagination. Have you seen cases where both parents really want their children and a judge allows one parent to take them way out of state somewhere?
Very rare.
Yeah, have you seen it justified?
Again, the standard is high for the
It
removals.
should be almost impossible. I mean, in my eyes.
I understand. And certainly, removals are one of the most difficult kinds of cases that are certainly brought in the probate court for that very reason. So nationally and within Massachusetts, the standard for removal is still this old standard we have. So we do have to look at it, but again, the best interest of the child is really what prevails, and having two involved parents and keeping that family, in close proximity is a priority.
How does the standard in Massachusetts compared to other standards nationwide?
So best interest is a common standard nationally in terms of removals. We have our real advantage standard is an unusual standard as compared to other states.
Our standard real advantage?
The standard is real advantage, and then also looking at the best interest of the child.
Kind of troubling to me, but it's first of all, it's so broad, right? Anyone can shape that any way they want to. And I think like Council I know was talking about, yeah, what is a real advantage to the child? They get to go to a fancier house, a better school, maybe a better climate. I don't know. But I look at it as government like disenfranchising a child from their parent. That's how I look at it.
Great, I understand.
That doesn't happen. What do you think about restraining orders? Do you think they're given too freely in Massachusetts or not?
So I have only been involved with a few restraining order cases over my career. Through cases and, through divorce cases. I think that the judges, work hard to, look at the facts and circumstances before them. Certainly there is an opportunity, they can be weaponized and utilized in a divorce case, to, sort of, set a standard from the beginning. Hopefully judges are looking at the facts and circumstances of each case. It is a very high standard for a restraining order. The legislature has changed the statute a little bit recently to add a control element to abuse, but it is a high standard, and it should be looked at, certainly based on the facts and circumstances of each case.
Go to the district court often, but I was there this morning, and one of the most heard complaints I get is that judges overly give restraining orders without legal basis. And it's happened to my clients. I've seen it firsthand where, a woman went in 2 years ago and said, I feel threatened because something happened 20 years ago. And dad just took my kid's cell phone away. And by the way, she was able to get public housing or better public housing if the kid lives with her. So wrongfully given on the first instance, I wasn't involved. I get there a year later, nothing has happened in a year, nothing at all. One phone call to the police, nothing, and they extend it again. And my guy, who's a security guy, can't work because he can't carry a gun, so he can't work and he can't see his kid for another year with no basis, except that something happened 20 years before. Just yesterday, I met a lawyer and she went off saying, "Oh my God, I was just in the probate court." And I told this judge, there's no law or basis for this whatsoever. Now she has to go to the appeals court. So I hear it often. But it sounds like in your practice, you didn't do a lot of those, huh?
Didn't have a lot of opportunity to do restraining orders. They would come up on occasion in a divorce case. I never went to district court, so
No.
I don't know how they.
Probate court, so
I don't know how they look at restraint, but certainly my experience and having seen judges evaluating restraining orders in the probate court, they are looking at those cases with scrutiny. Certainly there can be opportunities to abuse any legislation or any process, but I do think that there is a review within 10 days if it's given ex parte, and so my experience has been that judges take those cases seriously in the probate and family court, and they try not to issue those unnecessarily unless it rises to the standard under the statute.
good. I hope you keep that in mind when you're on the bench, because I'm sure you got to get there. You do have a great resume. So hoping you keep shared visitation going, keep families in the same state, and give everyone a fair shot at restraining orders and not getting a restraining order.
Understand?
If you do all that, I'll vote for you next week.
Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, well, so it's my turn. It's been, oh, did
I've been advised I have 5 minutes.
if you want 5 minutes, you can have it after mine. It's been a pleasure getting to know you and being given the opportunity to chair in the absence of a District 2 counselor. Your background is just so fascinating between your lived experience, the extracurricular things, and your career path that transitioned to a place where now you're doing more of the neutral mediation, conciliation, stumbling over my words, but serving in a different role than when you advocate for one party versus the other. And so I'm only going to ask you the one question and then give the 5 minutes, but it's interesting to me in the context of a court where sometimes my perception is that advocating for a party can go above and beyond just it can get contentious, right? It can get where unnecessarily contentious. When we talk about things like best interest of the children, I think that rarely serves their needs. And so I'm curious, your experience in the conciliator mediation role, what your thoughts are about how, in the interest of, for the family and for the children in particular, that hostile advocacy can be brought down to a level where it's productive and so that makes sense?
It does. I think I understand your question. And certainly in a conciliation context, there is still advocacy between the two attorneys that is at play. Perhaps it's a little bit different than a motion session or a pretrial or, certainly a trial. So there is a more openness to collaboration. That certainly doesn't mean that there's not areas where there is still conflict and genuinely positions that individuals have on both sides that we need to look at how we can focus on their concerns and interests for their clients. And oftentimes I find that not focusing on positions, but really focusing on what does each party need, can bring together sort of a meeting of the minds for the parties, that they often will be able to see that what they originally thought they needed to have for their client, there was a middle ground in order for us to be able to resolve that. So I think it's a really productive way. And I know the court system is, and I volunteer through a few organizations, Judge Aber, settlement conference, and conciliation programs, where more and more attorneys are looking to try to one, alleviate the court's docket, but also trying to reduce the level of acrimony and try to find productive, positive solutions for clients. And so it's something that is a path that I think more attorneys are open to at this point.
I appreciate that. I'm gonna leave it there. I've been very impressed by you, how you present yourself and all the work that you've done and the like. Oh, thank you. I'm gonna give you 5 more minutes, Counselor Devani. You have 5 minutes.
Congratulations. I just want you to know that you have been inducted into the Hall of Fame at the diner.
And it was
Yeah,
the waffles were wonderful.
It is the Belgian Waffle Hall of Fame. And you are up there with Justice Hines, Justice Bud, Justice Island. I can't name all of them, but you're there, and they got the Channel 7 award. So I want you to know you're highly awarded. So I just want to add that. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Yeah, I'm so honored that I'm here for you, because you have everything that I look for in a judge. And I hope that the governor will look to this age, because this is the age that we have life experience. You identify with those people that come before you. And that's what I look for. When you're 39 years old, to be up there 31 years, that really meets the criteria. And the pro bono means a lot. And the people that you served that couldn't afford a lawyer. So thank you for allowing me that.
Absolutely.
Thank you for advising.
Well, thank you all. If no one has anything further, seeing none, that concludes our hearing. Thank you.
You did a great job. You did a great job.
Thank you.
I'd like to recognize Sir Ferreira for a prayer and for leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Governor. Let's just pray for a peaceful, fun, and safe holiday season for all.
Here, amen.
I'd just like to add one thing that we say a prayer for the Bellotti family and the loss of.
Yes, thank you, Councilor Kennedy. Very, very well put. Buddy, 101 years old. Thank you.
I just wanted to add, and I know that everyone,
Handsome guy.
okay, that we remember Frank Bellotti. Frank Bellotti was our lieutenant.
It's a great idea.
It's funny. I don't know why you're laughing. Lieutenant Governor, and he was Attorney General. And I happened to be with him at the St. Patrick's Day, 101, and he was great. And I am so honored that he supported me throughout my tenure. So I just wanted to have us, include us in a silent prayer for him. And God bless him. He should have been governor. So that, thank you for
Quite a
letting
public servant. I'm glad that you and Councilor Kennedy both raised him as someone for us to be thinking of him and his family at this time.
Pledge allegiance.
United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So you guys have been busy, I know, I've heard, saw. Busy morning. I'd like to recognize Councilor Kennedy for a motion to record advice and consent for the financial warrant.
So move, Governor.
It's been made, seconded by Councilor Ainella. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. I recognize Councilor Duff for a motion to record advice and consent for the pending list of notaries public.
So move, Governor.
It's been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor DiPaolo. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. I'd like to recognize Councilor Devaney for a motion to record advice and consent for the appointment of Nicholas D. Brandt to the position of Associate Justice of the Boston Municipal Court.
Okay, I have a cold and I'm sorry, I really couldn't hear. Now, this is Karen.
This is Nicholas Brandt. B-R-A-N-D-T.
Okay, no, I am very honored to make the motion. I've got a lot of.
Councilor Ferreira, under discussion. Go right ahead, Councilor. Oh, I'm sorry, the motion's been made and seconded. If there's any discussion, now would be the time. This is on Nicholas.
I just can't say enough about it and you know, we have a lot of good people in.
Excellent. Any other comments or any other comments or questions? Seeing none, Valerie, would you mind please calling the roll?
Yes.
Yes.
Kennedy,
Yes.
Yes.
Jacobs.
Yes.
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 7 members voting, 7 in the affirmative, the matter carries. Next up, I'd like to recognize Councilor Duff for a motion to record advice and consent for the appointment of Karen Mitchell-Munavar to the position of Associate Justice of the Probate and Family Court.
So move, Governor.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Duff, seconded by Councilor Jacobs. Under discussion, Councilor Devaney.
I have to stand and speak for this wonderful nominee. Her beginnings were, you know, you wouldn't want to have the life that she lived. And she got through that. And most amazingly, and I won't go through that all, and she is going to be a judge. That's the American dream. And I'm so proud to be able to vote for her. And I second that motion. Thank you.
Fantastic. Any other comments or questions?
Just echo an amazing candidate, amazing woman, and I really am sure she is going to be phenomenal on the court.
Fantastic. Great. Councilor Ainella.
Thank you. I just want to say a couple of words. This could be the last meeting of the year, may or may not be, depending on your schedule, Lieutenant Governor. But a few people are going to be leaving us and the council. My neighbor here, my next door neighbor, Eileen Duff, we were sat next to each other for many, many years. You've done a great job on the council, and you're going to even do a better job in your new venture.
Thank you, sir.
And then 25 years ago, Maryland came to this council. We all have disagreements with everybody, but let me tell you, Maryland, you had the passion for the job. You worked so hard. I mean, nobody put in the time and the effort as you did. We've had good times, some a little controversial times. I remember the time Bob Jungel and I, we were in Concord getting signatures together. But no, you've been a great counselor, and I wish you the very, very best. And it's been my honor. And I was very fortunate to serve with you for these 25
My
years.
pleasure serving with you.
And
Thank you,
one-
Counselor
one
Rhino.
sec- And we can't forget our executive secretary, Valerie. When I came on this council, I don't even know how many years ago, Valerie was here. She's been here, I believe, over 50 years. What a job she's done. She's calm, she's cool, collected. Anytime you asked her a question, she was always there. You could use her call on her cell phone. If you had to leave a message, she'd get back to you. Valerie, I think everyone in this council, Lieutenant Governor, I think we're all gonna miss you. And I wish you the very, very best.
Absolutely.
Governor, I want to make a statement for my last time, and I thank you for your kind words. And I have to say that we had the best executive secretary that we could ever have. And no matter who called her, she was always there to help, lend a helping hand. And I knew with the new administration, she was a big help in bringing you all aboard, and she's going to be greatly missed. Now, with your permission, and I would like to make a statement as I leave after 25 years. I appreciate this opportunity after 25 years to present a public statement before I conclude my tenure as a governor's counselor. This will be kept on public record in the council office for public all to see, but to have a copy if they want. First, I want to thank the governor and lieutenant governor. It has been such an honor to serve with you, and I appreciate all the respect that you gave me. I especially thank you for your kindness in the tragedy of losing my daughter to cancer this past year, with a beautiful floral arrangement and a heartfelt condolence card. I also want to publicly thank two other kind people in this State House who expressed their sympathy by sending condolence cards. And that was Valerie and Sonia in our office. And both of them have served with distinction for decades. They're a team and they're good. I will always remember you and be grateful. Thank you to the people throughout 25 years who stood with me and believed in me and didn't believe the untruthful things said about me during the campaign. I have had well over 22 opponents during my campaign. I have a very progressive, active district that I'm proud of. I want to thank Kate and Paige and Dara, and I want to thank the Rangers. They have been so kind, even to recently when I had 2 flat tires. So I can't thank them enough through the years how they have been very kind to me. I am overwhelmed by the many thoughtful calls and cards I received. So many from judges and clerk magistrates. One lifer paroled after 54 years, wrongly sentenced, called the day after my defeat. And he said, among other things, "You'll always be my governor's counselor, and we're going to be meeting soon." I have a letter from another former lifer, now living in Florida. He was in prison 52 years. And he's married to his former girlfriend of 54 years. I can't take the time to mention all the messages and calls, but I have to mention just part of the message, beautiful letter from Justice Geraldine Hines. Her message made me cry. She said, "I made her the first African-American woman judge in the Massachusetts court. I voted for her 3 different times. 2001, I met her 2 weeks after my husband died. I met with her at the diner. She's my friend. I'm so proud of her. Talk about beginnings in the Jim Crow days and how she was treated when she came in court here. When the judge said to her, "Show me some proof that you're an attorney." These are what I hold dear. And so this thing that she rose to the SJC in 2001. She touched my heart with what she wrote, and I won't go into all of it. I have been blessed to be friends and vote for such wonderful human beings, outstanding judges, clerk magistrates, appellate tax board, parole boards, all through the commissions and boards. I am so honored to have voted Justice Hines, the first African-American woman, Justice Link, first openly gay woman, Justice Dudley, the first Asian woman, Justice Budd, first Black woman, Chief Justice. And we can't forget, God rest his soul, Judge Gantz, first Jewish Chief Justice. I know I am leaving the Governor's Council better than how I found it. I believe in the people's right to know, and that's what I ran on. When I was first elected, I pledged to the people of Massachusetts that I would open the Governor's Council to the public. It's people don't even know what it is or what we do. And that I would make needed reforms. And you know, I kept my promise. People didn't know what the Governor's Council was or what its purpose was. The first thing that I did when I was elected, one, I established the very first public website for the people to know the councilors, their district, the boards and commissions that the council votes on, the governor's newest nominee, and the date of the nominee's public governor's council hearing. Two, when I viewed the governor's council questionnaire, question 3, asked the nominee to list all political donations with their partner that they have given for the past 3 years. The councils I was all sitting with were all getting donations right up to the time that they voted for that person. And I don't know if you know it, but 50 years ago, governor's councils went to prison for selling judgeships. So I was upset about it, and I successfully had the governor place in his executive order, as I had written, to prohibit a nominee from giving political donations to governor, lieutenant governor, governor's council upon applying. Every governor up to this present governor has included that, as I have written it, in that executive order. 3, I researched the parole board and found that the number of paroles were down 30%, with former police officers and prosecutors as board members. This was a violation of the state mandate. My opponent said I lied about this, and I can document it's true. That was a violation of the state mandate that calls for the specialized occupation as social workers, psychologists, etc. I went to the governor and advised him that we were in violation. That was the start of the change of the parole board. We now have a forensic psychologist, a social worker, and the chair who has been working in the parole system for over 37 years. I have vetted, investigated, and met with every nominee that has been presented in the last 25 years. From the appellate tax board to judge. I'm proud of my 100% attendance at hearings for 25 years, with the exception of one time. I go to prisons meeting with Black inmates, wrongly sentenced. There is racial prejudice in Massachusetts, and I will continue to fight against it. I attend drug graduations where people successfully go through a program after years of addiction and are drug-free. My one goal was that I couldn't get through was to have the hearings out to the public. I started out with the best human being, Governor Salucci. And he said, we don't have the technology, can't do it. Now in the Baker administration, someone in his office found a way and we started sending it out to YouTube. I was especially pleased as I served on the Commission of Disabilities for 22 years. And finally, they could be part of it. 2 years ago, when I came into the State House, Councilor Juvenville told me the 7 councilors voted on the phone to stop sending out the hearings to the public. I could not be more upset. In public assembly, with the Lieutenant Governor presiding, I made a motion to restore to the public. But no councilor seconded, so was dead in the water. I worked nearly 2 months to restore the hearings. I got support from the ACLU, Mass PIRG, League of Men and Voters, disability centers, and much more. Why did the council stop hearings to the public? The council, I'm here every day, I'm full-time, trying to do whatever I can, going to the prisons or wherever I'm going from here. And we were getting calls here in the office, people concerned that they were seeing councilors in and out and seats empty at the hearings. So I got it restored, but unfortunately, not justice's sake, councils have instructed the person sending out the hearings, do not show the councilors, just have the camera on the nominees and the witnesses. My opponent called councilors reminding them of that action, restoring hearings, and asked for endorsements, and they received 4. Thank you, Councilor Iannella. It's been such a pleasure, and I really appreciate your support. And Councilor Jacobs also. But you know what? If I had the choice to choose to restore the hearings to the public or get an endorsement from 4 councilors, you know where I am. I'm with restoring the hearings, and that's what I'm about, and that's what I did. I took the high road in my campaign. I never challenged the lies my opponent said about me. My friends are upset with that. They said, Marilyn, you could have won if you did that. She said I was continually endorsed and get high grades from the most hateful group, Massachusetts Resistance, who are against abortion, gays, and much more. Truth? I was taken to court by Mass Resistance. Kamiga, the president, put a suit in against me in Superior Court and said I was supporting a pro-abortion nominee. Some of you will know Judge Salinger. He was an attorney, he came before me and I was presiding. He was the one that set the distance that people could stand protesting at an abortion clinic. Brilliant, brilliant man. So he went to court and it was thrown out. He said I was promoting a pro-abortion nominee and I was not supposed to chair the hearing for him. But my opponent said that I am continuously endorsed by them and I get high grades. Excuse me, please, counsel, be respectful. And that I never challenged it. And there's no place to show that. But anyway, my opponent ran falsely on one platform, abortion. Councilors are not legislators. We don't vote on abortion. She sent out that the September Governor's Council ballot is about abortion. In the history of this Governor's Council, up to 2024 with the people who ran, no nominee has ever run an abortion. Why? because the council doesn't vote on abortion. Thank you for allowing me to give just a sample of my service and a little about my campaign. I'm sad because, you know, I have served on a city council almost 30 years. I've been on a commission of disabilities. I have served in the court with juveniles on probation, and I never thought I would be leaving. In my mind, some of you have said. Okay. When the reporter asked Councilor Duff what she thought of me restoring the public hearings to the public, she was quoted, "Councilor Devaney has mental disorders." She later said to a reporter that tells you it's time for her to go when we endorse her opponent. Councilor Farrar was quoted that the Commonwealth would be better off without me. I forgive you. That's how I've been brought up. I forgive. But I want to say that that there's so much more that has to be done that I have found in the court, in the prisons. There are people that are dying. People aren't getting their medical help. And I will continue fighting for those people wrongly sentenced, Black inmates, because of the racial discrimination in the courts. So, you know, I hope and I pray that you'll change your mind and let people see the council speaking. When Councilor Aiello speaking today, you saw the nominee. No hearing is held that way. Everyone is shown when they speak, and it isn't right. But you know, I'm just saying that for the things I did, I'm proud. And I know I did make it better than I found it. And getting those letters and all of the expressions that have been said to me, I am so proud when I look at our court and see the people that I voted for and that serve us proudly. I really, you know, expected to be able to say this next week, and I'm sorry that I'm rambling and not the most professional way that it should be said. But I want people out there to know I made a pledge when I got elected, and I kept every promise. And for those who don't know why I ran, I didn't know about the Governor's Council. I didn't even know how judges got their job. I was married to a firefighter. I wasn't a court person. And my friend had a dangerous situation. She had a relationship with this man who was physically abusive, and she feared for her life. She went to court 7 times, hoping that that judge would put him in jail. And he didn't. So the 8th time, we had a police officer friend go with her. And the police officer said to the judge, she fears for her life, give him a $200,000 bail. He gave him 200. Turned to my friend, and in fear, she paid it. He was out the door before the police officer. And the judge turned to my friend and said, this is the 8th time you have come. You have been wasting my time and wasting the court's time. And a week later, my friend was dead. Her boyfriend killed her. So I found out, how does the judge get his job? And I found out about the Governor's Council, and I said, hey, I can do that. And that's why I came. And I hope I made it better for people. And I'm asking you, council, open it up again to the public. Let them see who is here. This is not a place for a guest appearance. This is an important day for that nominee. And some of you have been angry because I say publicly, please put away your cell phone. Please stay for the whole hearing to hear this nominee. This is an important day. This person is going for a lifetime position. And the others get 5 or 6 years on the Commission of Disability. I'm going to stop. I know I'm rambling. If I had known this was the last time, I would have been better prepared. But I want to thank everyone who has supported me and all those wonderful judges. And I will hold that dear always. And thank you, Lieutenant Governor,
Thank you,
for
ma'am.
all your kindness to me. And my family really appreciated it.
Thank you.
Needed your kindness.
We appreciate your many years of service and the legacy that you left behind, and we're not letting you off the hook. We have a couple more votes we're gonna get through tonight.
Motion to move the question.
And we've got a motion before us that was been made and seconded for the appointment of Karen Mitchell Munivar, who we spoke about earlier. If I could ask Valerie to please call the roll, that would be lovely.
Counselor Duff,
Yes.
Counselor Kennedy,
Yes.
Yes.
Jacobs,
Yes.
Counselor Perez,
Yes.
Counselor Devaney, Counselor Allen.
Yes.
We've got 7 members voting, 7 in the affirmative. The matter carries, and we've got one more vote today. And I'd like to recognize Counselor Duff for a motion to record advice and consent for the appointment of Gerald Paracella to the position of Associate Justice of the District Court.
So move, Governor.
Seconded by Counselor Kennedy. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, Valerie, if you could please call the roll.
Kennedy,
Yes.
Counselor DePaulo,
Yes.
Counselor Jacobs.
Yes.
Counselor Perez,
Yes.
Counselor Devaney. Yes. Counselor Allen,
Yes.
Counselor Duff.
Yes.
7 members voting, 7 in the affirmative, the matter carries. I want to thank everyone for being here today. Marilyn, for your many years of service. We'll be able to celebrate that at a reception later, and I'd ask for a motion to adjourn at this time.
Further business?
Counselor
I'm
Kennedy.
gonna suggest that we have a vote on the 2 nominees that we have hearings on today, just prior, have another assembly just prior to the celebrations, given that the next 2 days are Christmas and New Year's, and there's gonna be a lot of festivities going on then. It just would make sense. It's a suggestion if everybody wants to do that.
I'll second that idea.
Sure, we can make that work. So you'd say we'd have another assembly later today, is what you're saying, Counselor Kennedy, correct?
We're done with the hearing.
Yeah.
So that's-
All right, we'll make that work on our end.
That's good.
Okay, all right. Motion's been made to adjourn, and I believe everyone's voted on that. All those in favor?
Yes.
All in favor.
Stand adjourned.
Call the meeting to order. My name is Eileen Duff. I am the council chairing today. And we are here for the nomination of Hilary McCamic. I will start by reading the governor's nomination letter. Dear councilors, I'm pleased to nominate Hilary L. McCamic to the position of Associate Justice of the District Court. I submit this nomination for the advice and consent of the Executive Council pursuant to Part 2, Chapter 2 of the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. I'm enclosing the nominee's resume for your convenience. Sincerely, Maura T. Healy, Governor. And so, as we begin, I will have you call your first witness, and they can sit next to you. What?
With the lid.
Yeah. Your first witness will be Carol Cahill. All right, Carol, thank you.
Introduce us.
Go ahead, Carol.
Yesterday, I attended the funeral of a court officer that Hilary and I knew in Roxbury. He had been working in the Superior Court with us and with our clients and for us and our clients for 35 years. After that, some of us went over to a blood drive that they had at the district attorney's office in Salem. One of the attorneys, the assistants that we had worked with for many years, she was just recently diagnosed with an aggressive form of leukemia, and there was a blood drive there, and she was there. So I spent most of the day thinking about what is the true measure of a person's character, and how can you tell when someone has integrity? And I know that they say that integrity is how you behave when nobody is watching. But when I think of Hilary, I think she epitomizes the idea of integrity. She is always honest, straightforward. She's a great colleague. She would never steal anybody's ideas or steal anybody's glory or speak behind anyone's back. She's just kind, honest, personable, compassionate attorney and friend. When she interviewed for the position as a staff attorney in Salem, I was on the committee and I met her briefly. She was very personable. I knew that seemed like she had a good work ethic, and she took some of the hardest cases, the ones that nobody wants. So I was impressed by that, and she more than met all of the qualifications. So that was around 2010, 2011. And I've worked with her since then. And I learned that my first impressions of her were more than true. I learned about her work ethic. It went so far beyond anybody else's work ethic in the office. It was just crazy. She's so generous with her time and her energy. She kind of overdid it. I looked over all of her performance evaluations for the past years, and all of the needs improvement parts say you've got to stop working on nights and weekends. You've got to stop going to jail all night. You've got to have some time for yourself. You've got to find ways to not work all the time. And I'm not sure if she ever listened to me, but we did have a good time trying to strategize how to make Hilary stop working. When I think back on how Hilary has conducted herself in Lawrence, she was there when the new office was installed, and she's been there working with me ever since. We have done a lot of community work in Lawrence, which I'm very proud of, and she's always a part of those things. When we went to the Boys and Girls Club, or we did an essay contest at the Lawrence High School, or we went to the Frost Middle School and did a mock trial program there week after week after week. When we had interns from the Lawrence High School come into our office and we showed them around and what our job is like. She was always a part of those things because she always wanted to do more than just her job. She wanted to give back to the community and to help some of the struggling youngsters in Lawrence so that they wouldn't end up in some of the troubles that their parents and their grandparents have seen. Another thing that stands out that she did was when there was some controversy over a judge's decision in Salem Superior Court, she stood outside with a sign counter protesting some of the protesters because she felt so strongly about what they had done. They say that integrity is how you act when nobody's watching, but I think for Hilary it's as much how you act when everyone is watching. That you're not afraid to do something or say something or stand up for something that you believe in, even if you're in the minority and even if someone isn't going to agree with you, she will do that. And I'm so excited for her, and I thank all of you for listening and letting me talk about her.
Thank you, Attorney Cahill. Any questions? Counselor Kennedy?
If you want to. Yeah.
Counselor Kennedy?
I just want to comment on both of the people that you mentioned, the court officers, fantastic, dedicated. Employee. I know every time I went into the courthouse, he'd walk over, the chief would walk over, shake my hand, say what a great day it is today. It was just always pleasant to everybody. And the assistant district attorney is also an incredible person who's ill that we're all praying for. I've dealt with her since the day she started, as you probably did as well. And we're praying for her, and I mentioned both of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Devaney?
Thank you for coming. Can you tell us your relationship with this nominee, how many years you work with her, and some of the things that influenced you about this nominee?
So I have known her since she started at the Committee for Public Counsel Services. And that was, I was around 2010, 2011, when she, what? Okay. 2012. I knew her before that though, because she did some bar advocate work in Newburyport. But since then, she kind of exemplifies the old school lawyer. She's very courageous, very very loyal. Everything she writes is grammatically perfectly correct. She's a perfectionist, maybe too much of one sometimes. But whenever we wanted to do anything to make things better for other people, not just our daily work that we do, but out in the community of Lawrence, she would always volunteer and she would help and do that. One of the things that is impressive to me about her is that she's very courageous, and she's courageous too, very creative. And she kind of thinks outside the box and is a problem solver. When we had a lot of issues with going to see our clients at the jail who didn't speak English, and we don't speak Spanish, sometimes it took days and days for us to get appointment with someone to go up and see them. So Hilary said, wouldn't it be great if we had an interpreter, a Spanish interpreter? So after about a year and a half, sometimes things go slowly in our office, but we now just started with a full-time in-office Spanish interpreter that can just go with us to interview people, go to the jail, go wherever we're going. And that does take a lot of time, and it makes our clients' lives so much better.
That's great. So, no, I appreciate that. How many years have you been working together since the 2000?
Since she started, yeah.
Well, that's really great. Well, your testimony means a lot to us. Thank you so much for coming.
All right, thank you. Our next witness is Judith Drockman, certified court interpreter.
I wish I had the ability to speak as Carol. I'm gonna have to read. I'm nervous.
It makes you comfortable.
So good afternoon. My name is Judith Drockman. It's an honor to be here today to speak on behalf of Attorney McCamic. I have been a Spanish interpreter for the last 20 years, 14 of which I worked as a staff interpreter in Salem. As such, I have had the pleasure of working with Attorney McCamic for all, if not more, of those years. I have done countless hearings, arraignments, motions, and trials with her. And even though I cannot comment on her knowledge of the law, I can tell you that she is always respectful to her opponents, court officers, clerks, defendants, witnesses, and everyone present in the court. It is always a pleasure to work with her. It does not matter what the situation she's in, with a client or in front of the court. She is always very well prepared, and I have never seen her lose her composure. Apart from working in the court, I have helped her many times with visits to her clients at the jail or at her office. I didn't know that you helped get a new interpreter for your office. Now I have less work, Hilary. Her clients like her and trust her. She always gives them all her attention and respect. She's very thorough in her explanations and is always aware of their needs. I feel that they appreciate her devotion to her work. I would also like to think of her as my friend. Through all these many years, I have seen a wonderful person, always aware of her surroundings and with a sensibility that is not easy to find. Just 2 weeks ago, she had to put her dog Homer down. She was devastated. I read somewhere that people that love dogs are more agreeable, more extroverted, and more conscientious. It makes me think that a pleasant, outgoing, and someone that wants to do what is right is the perfect definition of a judge. You confirm her nomination. I know Attorney McCamic will make a great judge. And if you do, it will be a great loss for CPCS, but a wonderful gain for the Boston Municipal. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions, Councilor Jacob?
It's wonderful to have you here sharing your feedback. Thank you for all you do. I think the work you do is such an important component of making sure that our courts are accessible and that there's justice for all. I don't want to put you on the spot, but what are your thoughts about how much of people in your roles are available and accessible in our courts? Do you feel like we need to expand the number of languages offered and people who are doing the function that you do?
I think there are, I think they can provide for every language, not always in person, but I think they can provide. The Office of Court Interpreters has been going through a lot of problems lately, but I think we're starting anew and I hope it will be good.
Thank you so much for the work you do. And thank you for the testimony you offered today. It was a really interesting insight into this particular nominee, so I appreciate that.
Thank you. Meaning?
Thank you for coming. With what is happening today in the courts, it's so important to have interpreters, and I know the need, and I thank you for your long service. Now tell me how, what kind of interaction do you have with this nominee being the interpreter?
In the court, you know, if she needs an interpreter, I would be there for her. We have the interviews with the clients, her clients. I've been to the jail with her. I've been to the office with her, with many of her clients. I see how she interacts with them. And I just think she is wonderful, the way she treats them, the way she listens to them, the way she explains. I just think she has it all.
Well, your testimony means a lot. It's very heartfelt, that you can tell that you really know her on a personal level, and that means a lot to me. So your testimony means a lot.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else here that'd like to testify in favor? Anyone against? Hearing none. Before I have you give your statement, I will introduce the council. Councilor Christopher Ianello. Councilor Terrence Kennedy.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Councilor Paul DiPaolo. Councilor Tara Jacobs. Councilor Joe Fiera. And Councilor Marilyn Devaney. You may give your statement.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you to the Governor's Council for meeting and speaking with me prior to today, and thank you for your time and consideration this afternoon. I want to thank Governor Maura Healey for nominating me to be an Associate Justice of the District Court. I'd also like to thank Chief Legal Counsel Paige Scott Reed, Deputy Legal Counsel Dara Kesselheim, and Valerie McCarthy and her team for their considerable help in getting me through this process. I also want to thank Lieutenant Governor Kim Driscoll and the Judicial Nominating Committee. I also want to thank my witnesses, Carol Cahill, the attorney in charge for my office for the past 12 years, who's not only been my boss, but my mentor and my friend. I also want to thank trial court interpreter Judith Drachman, who's always been so wonderful to me, to my clients, whether in the courtroom, in the lockup, in the jail, or at my office with my clients. I'd also like to thank my friends and colleagues who are here today. You are my community. I'd also like to thank my wife, Linda, who's not only supported me for the last few months, but for the past 27 years. I'm dating myself, but my wife always jokes that I lived a Brady Bunch childhood. I was fortunate to have two parents who've always provided love and support to me, my older brother, and my younger sister. I come from Wheeling, West Virginia, an hour south of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And yes, growing up, West Virginia was almost heaven. My father's mother died before he was 5, and his grandmother, Buddy, came from England to help raise he and my uncle. My father practiced law with his father, my uncle, my cousin, and my brother. He was modest about the important work he did defending persons accused of crime, including murder. He also did civil work and appeals. My father would not talk much about his work, but at breakfast on Monday mornings, we knew if he was impaneling a jury because of the suit that he was wearing. In my father, I saw what care and empathy can do to help in one's community. In addition to his work, he took pro bono cases, including the representation of a woman and her beloved ducks. When I was about 10, he and my mother took in a woman who stayed with us for about a year until she could get back on her feet. Her fiance had gone to prison and she had nowhere to turn, and she lived in our house for a period of time, and we loved her. She was like an older sister to us. My mother was also remarkable. As my mother, she drove the 3 of us to our various swim practices and piano lessons. She cooked, she cleaned, she packed our lunches, and after our practices would help us with our homework. From her, I also learned compassion and empathy. Besides being our mother, she was a psychiatric nurse and taught nursing. She cared not only for her patients, of whom many had mental health issues, but she cared deeply about her students. She would often tutor students at our kitchen table long into the night as they prepared for their nursing exams. Now, while my parents were kind and compassionate, through no fault of their own, they didn't know that I was gay. Growing up in West Virginia in the 60s and 70s, there was no Ellen DeGeneres, there was no Will and Grace. At a young age, I knew there was something different about me, but no one used the words gay or lesbian. I was in the closet throughout high school and college, and once in Boston, I finally came out in my early 20s during graduate school. In the 80s in Boston, I would see painted on the sidewalks in the Back Bay pink triangles, symbolic of the triangles gay persons wore in the concentration camps in Germany. Written across them were the words, "Silence equals death." I've been silent for so long. When I told my parents and my siblings, they were supportive. My grandmother, Grace, she came to visit me in Boston when I was in graduate school. We went out to lunch together, and I said to her, "You know, Grandma, I'm gay, right?" And she looked at me and she said, "Oh, I know. I just didn't know if your mother knew." After I told my family, I had their support, but I had grown up hiding who I was and feeling like an outsider. Because of this, I became a public defender. I wanted to represent people who were, in a sense, on the outside. I wanted to help indigent persons who were disenfranchised. I worked during my 3 summers of law school in the public defenders in New Hampshire, and I loved it. For the past 21 years, I've represented indigent clients in their criminal cases in both the district courts and the superior courts. Unlike me, most of my clients did not have the benefit of a Brady Bunch childhood. My clients are often the victims of physical and sexual abuse and often sent from one relative to another or end up running away or in foster care. When I first meet my clients, it's usually in the lockup at the courthouse. They're scared, they're vulnerable, they have no idea what their future holds. They often have mental health issues and substance use issues. I'm often their only support. During the past 21 years, I've learned the importance of being a good listener and taking the time to understand my clients' stories. I've also seen the important work that a district court judge can have on my clients by treating them with empathy. I've seen district court judges who have seen to it that my clients are paired up with the services that are life-changing. District court judges have a huge impact on my clients and the community when they get involved with specialty courts like the drug court, the mental health court, and the veterans court. District court judges have the ability to turn a person's life around. Now, while I worked as a public defender, I also see on a daily basis what victims of crimes go through. Anyone who sits in a courtroom on any given day sees the impact that crimes have on victims. If confirmed, I would bring compassion, empathy, my knowledge of the law and fairness to the court. Because what happens in the court extends into the community. In closing, I'd like to add that I met my wife when I was in my 40s and she had 3 sons, 3 teenage sons. I never imagined I'd have 3 bonus sons. In the beginning, it was not always easy. It was an adjustment for all of us, but I love them very much. We now have 6 grandchildren ranging in age from 2.5 to 22, and I'm proud of my title, Bubby or Bubs. I've learned in both my professional and personal life to be flexible, to breathe, have an open heart, and to listen. If confirmed, I will bring both my personal and professional experience to the bench. I thank you for your time, and I would be so privileged if confirmed to serve the people of the Commonwealth, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Attorney. Counsel Kennedy.
Looking at your resume. I'm seeing that you started a career in radio, huh?
Yes.
American Radio, WEEI, American Radio, WEMX, Night Quality Radio in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. That sounds like a promising career. What's going wrong? How'd you end up here?
I don't know, it took a while, but this is where I ended up.
Video sounded better. I'm just saying. We've known each other a long time, obviously. We've interacted in court 1,000 times over the last 20+ years. I've seen you do cases, I've seen you do trials, I've seen how you handle people, and you're terrific. Well, I just want to say though that you got a big fan right there.
Thank you.
Okay, she's been super supportive. She's been talking about you from day one, talking about how important it was to see you get on the bench before she left. And she's been saying that for a long time. I'm happy to support you for her. Besides the fact that I know how terrific you are myself.
Thank you.
Serving, I'll be qualified. Thank you.
Counsel DiPaolo.
Thank you, Counselor. I'll echo that. Counselor Duff has been very vocal since your name dropped in Counselor Kennedy's.
It dropped before you were nominated.
Yeah, exactly. And Counselor Kennedy's had good things to say since you were nominated as well. So thank you for your work going into schools and working with kids in Lawrence. And I'm thrilled to see another CPCS attorney. I think CPCS is losing a lot of good attorneys last year. And I hate to say that I'm happy about that, to see him on the bench. With all the folks you've worked with and some of the things you said in your statement and in your application, you talked about gaining insight into the collateral consequences of some of the things that your clients, for example, face. I wonder if you could speak to, it seems to me some of the ones that I imagine you're talking about strike me as kind of an extra punitive measure that's not really intended in the justice system or in the court outcome. I'm wondering if you could talk about examples of those collateral consequences, and then I wonder how you can, what about knowing about them factors into your role as a judge?
Thank you for that question. I think that as a public defender, that's something that we're faced with all the time with each and every one of our clients. You know, that's part of our job, is to warn people, to discuss with them the collateral consequences that they face. And there are all kinds of collateral consequences, ranging from a loss of license, which means a loss of a job, a loss of money for your family, a loss of work. There's also collateral consequences for persons who are trying to obtain their citizenship, where they may be deported or they may not be able to re-enter the country. There are also collateral consequences for persons who are convicted of sex offenses, such as having to register with the sex offender registry. And so those are all things that people need to know and they need to understand. There are also things that it can affect a person's mortgage. It can affect their ability to get into schools. It can affect their loans. And so as a judge, those, I think being a public defender and knowing that, I think it's important for a judge to know that and understand that when they're dealing with sentencing.
In the specialty courts and in the acknowledgement of all the mental health and substance use challenges that some folks in the district court face. I know you've visited jails and prisons. We've heard a lot about that already, and you've talked about it in your application. My understanding is that some of our county houses of corrections in particular offer kind of robust services, and some don't necessarily meet the needs of folks in there. Is that your experience as well, that there's a wide range of?
Yes, I think it really depends on the jail. For instance, the Bellrica House of Correction has a Humvee unit, and they help and support veterans who are pretrial. And they help provide services once they've been sentenced as well. The Middleton House of Correction also has a program for persons who have substance use issues, and it's pretrial, and they help them get on to, they help them get their Suboxone, so that when they leave the jail, it's not such a shock when they get back out into the community. They're getting the counseling and the one-on-one and the groups with other substance users and the counselors.
And even if it's that one example of the Suboxone, do you notice in your practice that some folks are coming out and having success, and some folks who aren't coming out of the same county institution are not, that there's recidivism that happens because some are getting the services and some are not?
There's always that risk, and one of the things that happens is, when there isn't help for persons with substance use, a lot of times when they leave, unless they have another program to transition to, which they are doing through a lot of the houses of correction, which they're doing through the Middleton House of Correction right now. It's not uncommon for a person to get out, start using substances. There've been overdoses. So those programs are really important.
I appreciate your perspective on these things and the work you've done and the support you have from my colleagues. So I look forward to supporting you. Further questions?
Thank you, Counselor Jacobs.
Thank you. It's good to see you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming out and spending so much time with me, we had really a great in-depth conversation about many, many things. Before I start, I too must echo the enthusiasm with which your counselor has supported you. I think rises above maybe any I've heard from her before. So and that holds a lot of weight with me, and just was additive to the conversation that we had and my takeaways from that experience with you and of you. I don't have a ton of questions for you. I do want to use this opportunity just to highlight some what I think are important things. Some of my questions were just stolen, and that's fine. But you talk about and you talked about with me, but also in your application, talk about, in your position, the experience you have of advocating for marginalized members of marginalized communities of various kinds, and your sensibility around diversionary programs that are so helpful when we know people are, a lifetime of trauma or discrimination or are suffering from either mental health or substance trauma-based impact in their decision-making and the choices they've made and winding up in district court. But I'd like to give you the opportunity to talk about, because you do talk about in the application, you talk about some of the great things that are already happening, but I'd love to hear if you have thoughts about ways in which at the district court level improvements could still be made above and beyond what we already have seen as some amazing progress, but where there's an opportunity to add more.
Certainly, I think that there's a lot of neuroscience and research that's being done right now with regards to the emerging adult. And I think that's there's certainly a place for that. I know that CPCS, we have a project group working on this now. We have attorneys who deal with this currently in the Lowell District Court as well as the Lawrence District Court. And what they're doing is they're trying to prevent persons from, even younger persons who have suffered trauma, and things like that, from even having to go before a judge in the court. They're trying to work with them on diversion and not having to even have them arraigned. So I think programs like, something like that's aware of what is happening, that's really important for judges and for courthouses.
I think that'd be great. What are your thoughts around intersectionality with with diversionary courts? So that we've got like, we talked about this a little bit. So there's veterans court, there's a homeless court where I think there is intersectionality already of like dual diagnoses or more. But when we have mental health focused court, which very specifically handling, commitments or medical side of things, and substance abuse courts, there's an interesting diversionary court offering. Mental health and substance abuse have so much of coexisting overlap that how do you decide where to be, but also is there an opportunity to have a more robust, multiple pronged diversionary program?
I think there is. I think we had discussed this, the fact that there's, for instance, the Casa Esperanza in Boston that services a great many Spanish speaking clients. And at Casa Esperanza, it's a place where they do address a dual diagnosis type program. And I think that the longer that a person with substance use can be in a program, and the longer that they can also address their mental health issues in combination together, I think that helps them to actually helps our clients to be able to be out in the community and be successful for a much longer period of time. So I know the courts and probation and the jails, they're certainly working now in terms of trying to get persons in these programs, but I think it's really important to have a program that has the dual diagnosis portion of that.
I appreciate all that, and I appreciate the experience you're bringing to bear and all of these factors. So I have no further questions for you today, but it's been a really great pleasure getting to know you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council Farah.
Thank you. We had a nice chat the other day. Appreciate you calling. You do have a huge fan to the left of me, who allowed me early on to vote for you. And equally important is Terry Kennedy, who's been practicing for 40 years, one of the oldest lawyers I actually know.
I can't argue with them.
Great things about you and what you do for people, and I appreciate everything you've done. So you have my vote next week. I won't ask you any questions.
Thank you.
Let's them all on the phone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council Devaney.
Thank you. Nice to see you again. Nice to see you. I enjoyed the time that we spent together.
I did.
And you gave me a long time. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
And you're in the Hall of Fame. Belgian Waffle Hall of Fame. I'm looking at your cases and I can't even imagine how someone has to represent these people, and God bless you. I don't know, but the case that you had with, let me see who it was now. It was the case that you had where a man raped his mother. And I mean, I know there's horrible things in the world that are happening, but I just can't imagine how you could defend someone like that. And so tell us about that case.
Well, every one of my clients deserves the best that I can give them, every single one of them. And that's how all of us as public defenders operate. We have prosecutors who represent the victims, and they're the people that help the victims in these cases, and we're the people who are helping the persons accused. And everybody is entitled to a jury trial, entitled to a trial, and
Excuse me, can I interrupt you? Now, did you choose to take this trial or that you were assigned?
my cases are all assigned, but I gladly take every single one of my cases because I take each person as an individual, which is something that I would do as a judge. As a judge, every single person needs to be looked at as an individual.
So tell us about that case, because it really, I've seen a lot in 25 years, but I've never seen something like this before. So I think that the public would be interested too. Because someone, it was like someone has to represent this person, everyone has that right for justice. So I'm not gonna interrupt you, you can tell us.
Well, it was a case, it was an accusation that had been made against a client of mine who to this day denies those accusations. He could have tried to work out a plea, but he denies those accusations to this day. We went to trial, and unfortunately, we lost at trial. And I feel, I feel remorse for my clients with regards to that, because these cases, they're all taken on an individual basis, and every single person that I work with is an individual. He'd been offered the opportunity to take a jury instruction to a lesser included offense, and because he said that he had not committed these offenses, he refused to accept a jury instruction to a lesser offense, which if he'd been found guilty, he could have been found guilty of a lesser included offense, but he was adamant in the fact that he had not committed these offenses. And so he went to trial, and unfortunately, for him, he lost.
It's always been said that a personal identification is most important, even over DNA, which I can't even believe. This was in a nursing home, his sister witnessed it. And so her testimony was not accepted or believed. How did that work?
Honestly, I can't speak to how the jury looked at the case. Unfortunately, I'm not privy to that. So I can't speak to that.
Yeah, well, I'm particularly concerned about nursing homes because I've had friends that have called me and have reported, some instances, not sexual, but, negligence. And so I was just wondering about that. How often do they check on the patients and everything? But no, you've taken on some hard cases. What is the most rewarding result of a case that you've had that you look back and say, wow, that was a hard one, but I learned?
Honestly, there's so many, like any kind of a case where, my clients, they face incarceration, they face separation from their families, they face a loss of their job, they face a loss of their property, their homes, their friends. So any of my cases where I'm able to help a person so that they can stay within the community, that to me is a success.
What's your opinion on minimum mandatory sentencing?
Mandatory minimum sentencing is, that's a great, I thank you for that question. And that makes it difficult as a public defender. We have clients who, for instance, I may have a client who has never had a prior offense, and he's charged with a drug case where he's now looking at a mandatory minimum sentence. Only the prosecutor has the power to reduce that sentence if he decides to work out a plea instead of going to trial.
I'm opposed to it. I really believe judges should have discretion. I really do. And they don't on this. Now, how long has this been in effect, this mandatory sentencing?
I can't speak to the exact dates, I'm sorry.
Has it been, 20 years or longer, or?
It really depends on the level and the kind of offenses, and I'm sorry, I don't know the exact dates.
No, I guess it is, the one experience that comes to my mind that involves minimum mandatory is that years ago, we had someone before us for a pardon. And when I think of this case, I could just cry because it was so wrong. He was 58 years old, we voted the pardon. He'd gone to a lot. He had cancer, lost a leg, but he married and had a family and was a coach and was community leader, all of that. And fortunately, when he got out, he worked in a private school as a custodian, but now it's closed. So I'm thinking, okay, where does he go now? At 58, it's hard enough to get a job, but that's closed. And when I look back and I think if we didn't have mandatory minimum sentencing, this would never have happened. He was a young boy, 17, good student, great kid. The family were proud of him. He had a lot of friends, just a good young man. And he was on his way to school. And he met a 21-year-old friend of his. And he said, "Would you do me a favor? Would you sell these bags of marijuana?" And he gave me 5. He was naive. He was gullible. He had no idea. You know the school law. He wasn't selling drugs outside of school. So anyway, he went into the school and he sold one. When he tried to sell the second bag, that student reported him and they found the rest of the bags in his locker. So the principal reported him and he went off to prison. He had a scholarship to football, you know, the prom, the dances, his youth is gone. And so I think of that and I think I just have to believe that if that wasn't in effect, that judge would have given him, I don't know, community service, something that would fit here, because you have to, when you decide to sentence, you have to look at what is the history of this person. Good kid, never did anything wrong. And so I think of that and it ruined his life. When you have something like this, and I know there's a lot of rules, laws that are unjust. How do we change this? Can it ever be changed?
I certainly think it could be changed. It can be changed through the courts and through the legislators.
But no one's ever doing anything about it. I don't hear, I keep asking, you know, and it's still going on, you know? So, yeah, that is something that the judge doesn't have discretion.
As far as mandatory minimums, no, and it can be difficult because persons who are facing a mandatory minimum, if the Commonwealth has a very good case against those persons, and if they have a very good case against them, and it's a choice of going to trial or handing out a plea, it's only the prosecutor who's able to reduce that mandatory sentence to another level. So again, that's more likely than not still going to go to jail.
But it's still on his record, no matter what they do. One of the things that's always concerned me was the sex registry, and you've been involved in that. And I'm just, what I'm thinking of, some of the cases that I've seen along the way, 2 college students, and it was consensual. And now, a few days later, the girl is a little nervous because what is her mother going to think? So now she said she's raped. And that will change that young man's life forever, for a job, for anything, and how he'll be looked at. How is there any change since you've been practicing on that? Is there anything that can be done for that person who's wrongly committed, wrongly, you know, accused?
Well, I have not done SORB cases for quite some time. It's probably been about 10 years. There are I don't know, not having done them for about 10 years, but there are provisions in the regulations for somebody who has been registered at a particular level, that after a particular period of time, this can be addressed, or after their hearing, if they're not happy with the level that's been applied to them, that they can appeal that to the Superior Court, and then they can try and appeal it further.
I love what you've done. I love your age. I love the, you know, I've said it over and over. I look for life experience. I don't want someone in their 30s, and I think there's someone coming up in their 30s. And what I've seen in 25 years, they don't get involved in pro bono. They don't have time for that, but you do. And I see your age group that they have a heart for that, to do that. So I thank you for that service. Now tell me, what can you have a lot. Which one particularly can you look at and be so proud of that outcome?
I'm sorry, can you clarify?
Well, I'm just talking about, these are people who can't afford a lawyer, and you've represented them. And, you know, so you're everything to them because they have nowhere else to go. what has been the most rewarding outcome that you've had when you represented someone like that?
I have so many of those cases, but I can certainly think of a woman that I represented who had a young child, who was faced with, with a potential state prison sentence. I was able to work with the Attorney General's office. She'd been in an abusive relationship. She had been charged as an accessory, as a joint venturer with her boyfriend. It was really her boyfriend who was responsible. And so in coordination with the Attorney General's office, we were able to work something out where she was able to have her case dismissed. And that was really child. And she would come to court every single time from Pennsylvania. And now she sends me texts every holiday. Thank you.
So what is the percentage of you representing men versus women?
I think, I can't speak to the exact percentage, but I do have fortunately more male clients.
Right. Okay, now you're going to this court, you've worked there a long time. What changes does it need that you'd like to?
Hey, Counselor Devaney, your 15 minutes are up, so do you want to finish?
It's outrageous, and I really want to hear from you, but they voted. So I can't ask you any more questions. I think it's the people's right to know everything about you, and I regret it. I know about you. I spent all those hours with you, but I thank you, and I'm very glad that you applied. Tell me something, if you'll let me. When did you applied in June 23?
I'm sorry, I don't remember the exact date. I apologize.
It's on the application.
No, I think it's June, but I was just wondering because did you talk with any counselors when you were going to apply?
Counselor Devaney, you need to wrap this up. You've gone way over your time.
I'm over my time.
All right, thank you. Counselor Ianella.
Thank you very much, Counsel. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
When you've been in court, how often, if at all, since a trial, does the judge interject him or herself in the trial? Maybe the judge wants to clarify something, ask somebody, one of the witnesses a question. Have you ever seen that happen?
It's very rare. I mean, every once in a while, it does happen where a judge is trying to clarify. I find that it happens more with a motion to suppress, where I have a witness on the stand or a police officer, and then the judge may ask further questions.
And what would you do? Excuse me, assume you're confirmed by the squad.
I think it's a judge's role. We have a prosecutor, we have a defense lawyer, and I think those two sides, they're able to handle their cases, and I think that it's a judge's role to sit back and let them present their cases as they will.
What, if any, circumstances would there be if you were to say it's a criminal trial, if you ask a defendant a question, if at all, would that ever come up, if you could imagine?
I can't think of a specific example right now, although I'm certain that there may be a time down the road where that may be a possibility. If I think that it's, and even if a judge is saying, I'm sorry, I can't hear what you're saying or something like that to clarify, but yes.
What would you do in a situation, I think I know the answer, you have a prosecutor, you can tell the prosecutor's nervous, and it may be his or hers case, hasn't had many. You can tell the prosecutor's nervous, and it's an operating under, okay? You're there, and she's doing a great job, or he's doing a great job. He didn't put in, the prosecutor didn't put in public way. Okay? And then the defense attorney asks for a required finding of not guilty. A, what would you do at that point? And B, if you allowed, or if once that was done by the defense attorney, if the young prosecutor, excuse me, I'd like to make a motion to reopen my case. What would you do in that situation?
I
That's
think,
a tough one.
I know it is. I think it's, you know,
It's a horrific accent.
well, I think that it's the prosecutor's responsibility. It's their role to present their case. If they haven't done it and the defense attorney is asking for the directed verdict, I would grant the directed verdict.
Now, knowing that this was the prosecutor's, first, second, third case, do you feel like, what, I hated to do it, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but the case is over. Did you ever think of calling the prosecutor up to the sidebar? You did a great job, because obviously the prosecutor's gonna be really upset. You did a great job, just to let you know, in the future, In other words, give the prosecutor, the young prosecutor, some encouragement for future cases.
I think a judge can always, in that role, be a positive influence on both defendants and prosecutors. And I myself, as a lawyer, have always welcomed the opportunity when I can ask a judge to go back with the defense attorney after a trial and get feedback.
And so, you specifically, what would you do under my hypothetical? If the prosecutor forgot to mention, public way, would you do it publicly, privately, sidebar? What would you do?
Well, I think that it's been my experience in the district court that especially with newer prosecutors, that there's always another prosecutor in with them. It's usually a supervisor who's there with them. And they're the ones who are, I think it's their province to really direct their prosecutor on what they missed or what they need to do further.
I asked that question a lot, and I don't take a poll, but I would say more often than not, people sitting in that chair said, yeah, I'd probably call, prosecutor up to the sidebar and give some type of encouragement for future cases. But I don't know, there is no way it's on, but I take it that that's not something that we expect the supervisor to do.
I think that's.
Most people do. What they do, ask the question a lot. Most of the judges. Some type of words of encouragement.
I'm happy to give persons encouragement, and as a judge, I would certainly be willing to do that. But I think it would be something where maybe I called up both counsel at the side and said, hey, you both did a great job. Do you have any questions? I'd be happy to address your questions.
Something different, but that's okay. Everyone's different. A pro se. Literally. Obviously, more likely than not, don't have the experience of a lawyer who's been doing it for a long time. Any leeway in when they're doing the case.
I think a pro se client, a couple of things, and thank you for that question. I think they really, they deserve the respect of a judge. It's a difficult situation that they're in. Prior to their going pro se, I would really, there's so many, as we discussed earlier, there are collateral consequences. And I think it's really important for pro se defendants to understand that there are collateral consequences. I would also like to do a waiver with that person to ensure they understand, where they're going with this. The other thing I would like to do is, if they're open to it, I would ask if they'd be willing to have a standby counsel. I think it's everything, even in the civil world, there are collateral consequences. And
You said standby counsel. On a civil case, you can't appoint, the court can't appoint a counsel, right?
I'm not certain about that.
So it's a civil case, granted a criminal case, yes. You have to get the pro se, it's obstinate, doesn't want to do it on its own, and then you got to standby counsel. But a civil case, there is no, my understanding anyway, you can't have a standby counsel. He or she's got to do the case on his own. So you give that person a little bit of leeway, I don't have money to hire a lawyer. I see my arm here, I got bit by a dog. Look at it, it's all. The client's suing, the defendant in this case, in my situation, the pro se is the plaintiff. Would you give them any leeway to, you ask this, or you just keep out?
No, I think, the judge's province in that particular case is to let each person handle their particular case. I do think that with pro se litigants, they certainly deserve, a lot of times more time to make their case, because they don't always understand what's happening. But I think it's really not the judge's place to instruct somebody how to do their case.
Generally speaking, in a criminal case, are you, if possible, I don't want to say that, are you more prone to give someone probation or as opposed to incarceration? Because there are some judges out there who, I used to work, they're tough. They're tough. You do A, B, C, you know what? I'm throwing the book at you. Maybe the probation department says, yeah, I think you should serve, 3 months in jail. What kind of judge would you be?
I think it really depends on the facts, on the person's record. I also think that, as I've said, incarceration has really serious consequences to a person. A person loses their home, they can lose their property, they can lose their job. Some persons might be in school. So I think if there are alternatives to incarceration, depending on the particular circumstances, I think there should be a way to find that if you can.
Like community service, for instance?
Community service, if it's a case where somebody could be on a GPS or they have particular conditions imposed upon them in lieu of going to jail, that's certainly reasonable.
What about probation? Somebody violates probation. And that's, I don't even know how to do it. Let's assume they got a suspended sentence. I don't know if they do those anymore. They got a suspended sentence. And suspended probation for a year. And then, they gotta report in, I don't know, every month, 2 months, taking urine tests, whatever you have to do. And they violate, okay? And the offense, the original offense was a beating, okay? And 6 months and suspended probation. The probation, violated probation, the urine test didn't come out the right way, What do you do in that? You're gonna violate them on the first time they fail?
Well, I think in that particular case, again, it depends on the facts. It depends.
Break in actually, it's the second B&E and there was no, assault. On B&E, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, someone's home.
I think it depends on the facts. It depends on how long they've been on vacation. It depends on how well. It depends on the facts. It also depends on their record. It depends on.
We'll make it easy. This is what I asked this question. Let's assume, because really, with all due respect, everything depends on the fact. But let's assume the person has one other prior being, okay? And he's been on probation 5 months. And his urine was cleaned 3 times, and now this time he's got an issue. And the probation officer says, you know what? I think we should violate. Send him to jail.
Well,
I can give you more facts.
No, I thank you for that question. I think as a judge, one of the things that I really look to is the substance use issue. And that's really an important factor. And if this person you said has been clean for a period of time and people do slip. And so I think that that's something where I might just continue their probation for, maybe I'd extend it out a little bit longer and have them continue to test. I might require them to get some one-on-one counseling or do something as an alternative so that they can remain out in the community.
Because my feeling is, for someone to be successful, whether it's alcohol or drugs, they very easily could fail multiple times. So, I mean, again, I'm not a judge, I have no interest in being a judge. But, someone's 3 months, no problem, then we got a problem, okay, give you another shot, and then 4 or 5 months later, you know, maybe a number of violations, but the person's trying.
I agree.
So again, to be successful, you have to fail initially. I think that's where I come on these issues. But, because if they go to prison, house of correction, there's not many resources in house of correction, am I right or?
I think it depends on the house of correction, but I would agree if it's, you know, people do, I mean, that's what happens. People who use substances, they will fail and try again, and there are times when they're going to fail, but then they're successful.
Yeah, I agree. I don't have any other questions. We had a nice conversation a couple of days ago. I appreciate you talking to me then. I did get a call from Councilor Duff, strong supporter. No, she's a strong supporter of yours, and Councilor Kennedy. I don't know how you know, but that's not my business. You know, I don't know if he's got cases with you or not, but he's a strong advocate. You know,
Strong advocate for his clients as well.
Yeah.
But I get paid for that.
Yeah, no, he believes you're gonna be fair, and, that's all you can ever ask from anyone. You wanna treat the people who come before you with dignity, respect, and you want them to leave the court, hey, I got a fair deal. If that happens, you are a successful judge, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. I'm thrilled that you finally applied. As you know, I've been somebody who's thought for a long time that you have exemplary reputation in the jails and prisons for the application that you do for people. And it will be my honor when it is time to put your name into nomination to be a judge. You have a question, Counsel?
Yes, I just want to, for just openness, okay? You've given $200 to Councilor Duff and she has made calls. When did you contact anybody here in the State House, on the council before you applied?
We did not.
You didn't? Okay, so, yeah, that $200 is $200. I just wanted to check it out and just to make sure. So it was, I don't know, it was probably about 8 months before you applied. So I put in something that that you are prohibited, you saw in the in your executive order of the governor. So that's really what I wanted to ask, and that's fine. I understand, but that would be my question for my 5 minutes. So I thank you.
Finished? All right, this hearing is adjourned. Thank you.
Any folks? So, we're gonna go ahead and get started if folks are prepared to move forward.
Sure.
Welcome back. So I'm gonna go ahead and call our meeting to order. I don't think we need to have another prayer or another opportunity to say the pledge of allegiance. We're prayed and pledged out. So why don't we go ahead and sit down and we'll take care of business for our last few officials here. Thanks everyone for rejoining us. Looking forward to our upcoming holiday reception. I'd like to recognize Counselor Jacobs for a motion to record advice and consent for the appointment of Jennifer Bingham to the position of Associate Justice of the Probate and Family Court.
Thank you, Governor. I'm very happy to make that motion.
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Ferreira. Any discussion, question, Counselor?
I just wanted to say something because I'm very pleased. These are two wonderful nominees and I'm so pleased that I can vote on them. I did ask Paige because I just wanted to cover all bases. I served on a city council for almost 30 years, so I know open meeting and all that, and it's different. And you know, because you were mayor. And so I just wanted to make it clear that, you know, as you and I served in a municipality, you are required to give a 48-hour notice to the public when you have any type of a public meeting or public assembly. And because we're not under the open meeting law, we're able to do this. So I'm very pleased that I'm here and I'm able to vote. So I just wanted to share that with you. Thank you.
Glad you're able to vote on it too. And doesn't sound like any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I'd ask Valerie if she could please help us by calling the roll.
Yes.
Jacobs?
Yes.
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 7 members voting, 7 in the affirmative, the matter carries. We've got one more piece of business. I'd like to recognize Counselor Duff for maybe the last time for a motion to record and place in consent for the appointment of Hilary McCamic to the position of Associate Justice of the District Court.
It is my great pleasure to put her name into nomination, Governor.
Thank you, Counselor.
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Kennedy and everybody else. Is there any discussion on this or questions or comments? Counselor Ferreira?
I'm gonna miss Counselor Duff chairing the hearings.
Me too, me too.
A great nomination from her district with her support.
Excellent. Anything else? Okay, Valerie, would you?
Just one more comment.
Counselor Devaney,
I
yes.
just wanted to say that in my 25 years, I really appreciate these two people for their age, for their life experience they're bringing. And they bring pro bono where younger people don't have the time and they don't do that. And they're not going to be there 30 years. And they're going to do a lot of good things in the time that they will be there. So I just wanted to add that.
I'm so glad you did. Yeah, rich mix of experiences here. So Valerie, if you don't mind calling the roll, that would be great.
Jacobs?
Yes.
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 7 members voting, 7 in the affirmative, that matter carries. Counselor Duff, Counselor Devaney, I think this might be the last time we're all together, and we had some words previously. Just want to say thank you. I really appreciated the ability to work with you in this role. Thank you for breaking me in as the new chair a year ago. I'm not broke. I still have, yeah, no, there's still
Halfway there.
ashes on my
Halfway.
foot. Yeah, but thanks everyone. And this time I'd ask for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
You guys have it.
Great meeting.